apologize for our tardiness. We do have a full agenda tonight. We certainly needed to have staff some direction on which direction they might go so that they can work on our budget. We are going to do an extension tonight on our F-16 budget. That's part of what we'll be doing tonight. We have a lot of other items that have to be taken care of. We are going to amend the agenda for that budget extension. But first, our invocation by Commissioner Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, first, before I go to the invocation, I would like to just thank everybody in Newton County. Everybody who prayed for my son John. He was in a horrible accident. He had a bad brain injury. And everybody just came together as a community, family and friends. Our church, when we start praying, when people call me, I would tell them, what can I do for you? I said, anything I can do for you, just tell me what you do. I said, pray for my son John. And God is truly a good God. John, if you would just raise your hand. He is walking. Dear Father, we just thank you for just allowing us to come once again to a county meeting. We know that you are in total control of our lives. We know, my Father, that we can't do anything. We can't even breathe without you. We can't even think without you. We can't do nothing without you. And we know personally that you are a good God, a very good God. So, my Father, we just thank you. We don't realize and understand we can't thank you enough. So this we pray. And I will say Jesus Christ's name. Amen.
We're going to let them lead our pledge tonight. The two guys that Henderson got, you got Jaquan and John. Y'all come on up here and lead our pledge. John, we're especially happy to have you here tonight, and we celebrate your recuperation. And I know my family has prayed for you, and I'm sure that other people in this group have done the same thing. It's great to have you here, and your brother, the commitment to Tennessee there as well.
It was UCLA and Tennessee, it was Michigan, but all morning, and we were told about what Georgia Tech as well. They want to have a 4-year free ride, all the colleges out there. So August 11th, it was told about to me.
Okay. Thanks. Lead us in prayer, our pledge.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Commissioners, we've got to continue to conduct the county's business, and it appears that we will most likely have our budget sometime approved maybe in mid-July. We have, I think, done an extension just about every year that we've been in office in this time, and we're about to do it again this year. So, Commissioners, I'd like for us to, and I believe you were given a copy of the resolution. We have one copy here. We need to make some more copies. Yeah, so you got it, I guess, in the email, the extension. So I need a motion to amend the agenda to include a budget extension to continue the FY16 budget, and it will be R062116B. Got a motion? And a second. 3. Further discussion? All in favor? And with that in mind, with that change, I guess we're going to get a motion to adopt the agenda.
Second.
Item 2, further discussion. All in favor? And for the record, these are all 4-0. Tonight, we're a pleasure to have the Honorable Judge Horace Johnson here before us. Judge, I saw you earlier. Thank you for being here. When I read in the book on Friday that you were going to start a Veterans Court, I can't tell you how excited that made me. I owe a lot to Veterans Administration, and my father served, my father was born in 1915, he served World War II. And because of him, I was able to attend college on the GI Bill. So his service in World War II, I know that we have a lot of veterans in this county who've heard about some of the problems that they have after coming back, and I'm thankful for that. Why don't you tell us a little more about it? Welcome.
Chairman, Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for receiving me this evening. As well, I am happy, Chairman, to be able to come. As you well know, the government of the state has been working on initiatives with regard to accountability courts and giving us basically other options for sentencing as a part of doing our regular duties as Superior Court judges. And this is an initiative that I'm excited to be a part of and bringing here to my hometown as well. And so we are excited. We're applied for and approved for an implementation grant beginning this coming year. This is similar to what you have approved and received on behalf of our existing drug court and resource court, which my colleagues Wynn and Osborne are head of. And so I'm excited to be able to participate in this veterans court piece. And it will be to focus on veterans and their issues that might specifically deal with substance problems that they have. And obviously there are certain separate tracks and benefits and things that can be accessed to benefit them because of their service to our country. And so I am excited to be a part of that initiative here in our county as well. The state has approved an implementation grant of $55,890 beginning FY17, beginning July 1. It is anticipated that the court will have some startup processes going on, and we'll probably hopefully be starting taking our first participants in January. So it's kind of a half year. We need a half year to get geared up and a half year to start. But all of the accounting and things that the county has been doing, certainly on behalf of the other accountability courts, is exactly what we'd be asking for in conjunction with this as well. And the great thing I'm excited about is that the coordinator that will be in place will be in place in the facility that's been developed in this building, in the county, affording some opportunities for those persons to be able to gather together and share resources and needs for jobs and other things as we help to address persons, hopefully to keep them from being incarcerated in our local county jail or prison system so that they may become productive citizens. I'm happy to try and answer any questions that you might have. I'm asking for your approval or acceptance, as you have done in the past for the other courts for the annual grants. But this is a first for this court, so certainly I wanted to come to share that great news with you.
Newton Veterans Court acceptance of a state grant, $55,890. That would be the motion, Commissioners.
So moved. Second.
That's going to be 4 and 5. Commissioners, I think comments are appropriate. If you'd like to make some, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge, I just want to say thank you as a fellow veteran. I know what a lot of those guys go through when they come back home. And it's a great honor that we're able to do something for them. That will help them out during those tough times. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'm excited for that reason too, Commissioner Sam, to try to do some things dedicated for them. It will be something that will be dedicated to them part of the
Further discussion? Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, Judge Johnson, I can remember days that, Paul we lived just down the street, and how we would come up the street, and I was a bit bigger than you at that particular time. But to make a long story short, Mr. Johnson Sr., your father, he took me, and he, along with other people living in the community, and he did their very best to raise me and guide me and teach me. And to be able to see his son, my friend, become a judge and be so very instrumental in our community is truly a pleasure. Thank you.
I thank you for those kind words and for the reflection of my dad. He was a veteran of the Korean War, as I know well. So certainly I trust that he too is proud of his baby boy, keeping the great initiative to his hometown as well. Thank you for those reflections.
Commissioner Schuler.
Thank you, Judge Johnson. This is a great opportunity for veterans in this community. Can you repeat the dollar amount?
I'll be happy to. Let me pull my sheet out because I don't know it. $55,890 is what the grant has been approved.
And we've seen many of these accountability courts and grants for these accountability grants or the different types of courts that have been funded through these types of grants. How long is the grant funding projected? 2 years, 3 years? I mean, I know you're looking for a 1-year grant, but what is the fund source? Is it a long-term fund source that we will be able to draw from, or is there going to, do we anticipate in 2 to 3 years that the Board of Commissioners will then come out and say?
It is the same pot of funds, the appropriations from the state budget that have been in place, that the drug court and the resource court, as I said, are part of as well. And the efforts by the state to be able to expand those courts as part of the criminal justice reform initiative, basically looking at alternatives rather than incarcerating individuals that are part of the system, looking at treatment alternatives. So the short answer is, obviously this is a 1-year grant, and certainly it is anticipated and hoped because of the changes in the laws that have taken place, significant changes. We'll need tools other than jail and prison to address issues that it will be ongoing indefinitely. But this is a 1-year grant. This is a budget that you talked about on 1 year at a time. So I'd like to think that certainly those will continue to be made available over the years. This is probably year 5 or 6 for drug court and resource court that have been here. Well, and certainly I anticipate, hope that they won't start us and cut us off at the knee.
Well, I know that initially the thought process was that fund source for the drug resource, that fund source would be about a 3-year funding source, but it looks like it's extended that life cycle and hopefully will continue.
Those appropriations have increased for the pot line. It has now been established a separate accountability courts council. So there are structures in place that give me hope and thought that this is something that will become a part of our structure here to say with regard to the judiciary. So certainly I think we have it ongoing in some degree. So certainly you all are aware of the great success that we've gone on with those courts. I've been happy to participate in a child support, we call it parental accountability court. It's a little separate from that system. That funding is done through the Department of Human Child Support Services for the state. So we've been able to collect some $2 or $3 million for persons behind on child support. So this is just another layer of certainly the things that we seek to do in addition to our regular documents that we have. I had the funding in Walton today, and so it's nice to be first on the agenda, Mr. Chairman. I looked when I came in and said, please let me stay there because I've been in court since 9 this morning. So it's been a very, very good day. So yes, the short answer to all that is I am hopeful that the commitment has been there and will continue to be.
District Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge Johnson, I just want to tell you, I certainly appreciate what you do on a daily basis. I know it's a burden that I can't imagine. Duke County's been blessed with anything. It is some incredible people serving as judges in this community, homegrown judges.
Thank you.
And I just appreciate you. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate the kind words.
The motion is to accept the state grant in an amount of $55,890 for the new Newton Veterans Court. All in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you, sir. Appreciate what you do for us.
Thank you.
Commissioners, also, I want to remind you that we do have some issues related to zoning that we'll be taking care of as close to 7:30 as possible. We're going to find a natural break point for that. I actually believe item number 3 might have been taken care of. It concerns discussion and action regarding recycling centers, fees, tax assessments. I don't know that we actually can come up with a motion. If someone would like to try, that's fine. But we settled that a little earlier. Everybody satisfied with just this discussion? Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, do we need to have a motion to table this item or postpone the discussion to later in the meeting?
It's tabled from June 15th. Take some action at this point. We can either table indefinitely, let it be part of the adoption of the budget if you'd like to. I don't know, other than the Right now, we haven't decided, but it looks like possibly our next meeting is going to be the 19th of July. So if you'd like to put a date on it, it's going to be difficult. You might want, this one might be tabled indefinitely and bring it back up at any point that way. Would be okay? Table indefinite, bring it up when we want to.
That would be the proper procedure under Robert's Rules of Order. There is a motion that could be articulated if there was, I guess it was something out of wanting to get the Solid Waste Authority, give them a date certain to provide you information so that you would be able to bring it back.
Commissioners, I'll entertain anything you'd like to throw up. Throw out. Thank you, Larry.
May I ask a question before I make the motion? When is the next solid waste authority meeting? Is it June the 7th, July the 7th? So we would ask that the solid waste authority brings their recommendations back to our meeting on July the 9th. Correct?
That would be the next natural time that they would bring this up at their meeting.
So I would move to postpone any action on a fee regarding the recycling centers until the solid waste authority returns with recommendations on July 19th.
Would you like to make a second, or would you like to make a suggestion?
Suggestion.
Okay.
If we, just my thoughts real quick, if we wait till the 19th, there is no point in having a budget meeting. So I'd like to see it a little sooner, so we can get our budget passed in July. I just don't want us coming back July 19th, having another discussion, come back in August.
So conceivably, we could have the solid waste authority provide us a recommendation subsequent to their July 7th, correct?
The main issue.
Or they could call a special call meeting.
The main issue is the dollar value. The rest of the details can be taken care of, but that dollar value that's going to be set has to be, staff has to have that number. So is it 50, is it 60, is it 100? So that might be a suggestion for you if you'd like. Or did I just kind of move more?
We need to.
I think we're going to postpone this discussion until the solid waste authority can return with a recommendation. Can you read that, Dave?
May I recommend that we table indefinitely the pending motion that Commissioner Maddox has on the floor, then there would be a motion that you would make regarding the bringing this forward.
I concur. Table indefinitely makes it a whole lot easier for us to make some. We can set some goals, though, Commissioner, tonight as to some dates. So we can do a little, just a notation for
This
ourselves.
motion is on the floor. If there's a motion to table.
Is that a table indefinite? Oh, we got a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
5 and 3. Any further discussion? All in favor? Table indefinite. Going to do the consent agenda, and then we'll pause and go into our public hearing time. The consent agenda includes a number of issues. One of those is an executive session minutes that I believe have been changed just slightly to just,
So they won't change, they just doesn't change.
okay, making sure that we notice some names on it.
We need to have a second motion about the,
If we've got a suggestion on the date, we might just notate those. I don't know if a motion is required, Commissioner, but if you'd like to provide one, I'm glad to entertain it.
I'm not sure we have a date yet, so I think we'll.
Thank you so much. All right, so the May 11th, 2016, those executive session minutes were passed around. We did add one thing if you signed it earlier, and that was someone's name. All right? Would anybody like to take anything off of the consent agenda or add to it? I would like to know on item F, Commissioner, if you could tell us the name of your choice for water and sewer authority.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to reappoint Ms. Elsie Bell to the Water and Sewer Authority of District 2.
That's a real one. All right. I'll entertain a motion on all A through F of the consent agenda. 5 and 4. Further discussion? All in favor? Unanimous 4-0. We're going to go into the zoning portion at this point. We'll resume. We've got 2 issues tonight facing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tonight you have 2 public hearings. One, the first item is case number Z0AMD 16-004, and these are proposed amendments to the Newton County zoning ordinance. These amendments, proposed amendments, are the result, partially the result of an agreement that we entered into with HUD to consider some changes to our ordinance as it relates to personal care homes. The Planning Commission did consider this and has recommended denial of these amendments.
Do we need to go into any further details of why, or do we just need to go straight into a public hearing?
The stated reason, the Planning Commission recommended denial because of the ambiguous language, and there are concerns that staff has about some of the language. We do recognize that we need to make some revisions to that portion of our ordinance, but we do not believe that these are appropriate amendments.
Commissioners, any comments before I entertain a motion? We've got to go into public hearing. Any comments as well? All right. I guess the applicant is really the Board of Commissioners.
Yes.
The Board of Commissioners and those in favor of the petition are allowed 10 minutes to address the board. In addition, 10 minutes are allotted for those in opposition to this petition. The 10-minute allotment does not include a response. Would anyone, does anyone like to make a comment in favor of this petition? I'll close that portion. Would anybody like to make a comment in opposition? I'll close that portion, and I'll close the public hearing. All right, Commissioners, I need a motion. In this case, staff has recommended denial, and may I read some notes that I have? Planning Commission recommended denial of the amendment as written and suggested staff to clear up the ambiguity in language and bring a rewritten proposal back to them for consideration. How's that? Written by staff. Thank you very much. Would someone like to make that motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will make the motion to accept the Planning Commission's recommendation and deny this application.
And would you add?
ZOAMD 16-004. And I need to add the,
And would you allow it?
I recommend denial of the amendment as written and suggest staff to clear up the ambiguous language and bring back a written proposal back for consideration.
You have a motion? And a second. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I will abstain on this since I missed the discussion.
Okay. All right, so noted. Any further discussion? All in favor? It's then 4-0 unanimous, with 1 absent, 4-0.
The next item for your consideration is an amendment to the future land use map as well as a rezoning. This is case FLU 16-000046 and REZ 16-0000047. This property is located at 1675 Access Road. The request on the future land use map is to amend the map from AF, Agricultural Forestry, and PRC, Parks, Recreation, Conservation, to commercial. And the zoning request is to rezone a portion of this property from R2 to CG. And if you look at the slide that you're seeing now, a portion of the property 57 acres has been identified that the owners are proposing to leave as conservation area. The majority of that portion of the property is covered either by floodplain or wetlands, and they're only seeking to rezone the 15.6 acres that are located on the front of the property. Access to the property will be through the Walker Transmission Building site, and you'll see that there's an existing driveway there that allows them access. The proposed use for the property will be for fleet parking. It's my understanding that the owners are wishing to make a gravel lot here, primarily for the purpose of allowing individuals who drive large transfer trucks, tractor-trailer trucks for a living, to provide for them a parking place. And as you know, we have had several instances here in the last year or so where we've had people come before you seeking permission to park their vehicles at their homes. So this does provide a place for that. Planning Commission did recommend approval of this petition as well.
Are some?
Yes, there are some conditions, I'm sorry. Flip to those real quickly. The conditions are as follows. Number one, to the owner's agreement to restrict the use of the subject property as follows. A, retail, service, commercial, and/or office and accessory uses, including all exterior food and beverage service areas. Following uses shall be prohibited. 1, adult bookstore, entertainment, auto auction, bar, nightclub, campground, RV park, flea market, go-kart facility, homeless shelter, kennel, manufactured home or modular home sales, rental or repair, manufactured home or modular home display, mini warehouses, pawn shop, including title loan businesses, salvage operations or junkyards, tattoo, body piercing parlors, or studios, and tree service. And number 2, to the owner's agreement to abide by the following. To the legal description received May 6, 2016 by the Department of Development Services, said site plan is conceptual only, must meet or exceed the requirements of the zoning ordinance, and these conditions prior to the approval of a land disturbance permit unless otherwise noted herein. Compliance with all conditions shall be in place prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy. Number 3, to the owner's agreement to abide by the following development standards. A, provide proper ingress and egress to the site as required by GDOT, Georgia Department of Transportation. B, stormwater plans be reviewed and approved by the Newton County Transportation Department. C, to provide downcast lighting. D, refuse areas and receptacles shall be placed in an accessible location in the corner furthest from the public streets and shall be enclosed on 3 sides with solid opaque walls or fencing. The 4th side shall be a self-closing opaque gate. The walls and gate shall be a minimum of 12 inches high, 12 inches higher than the receptacle. An 8-foot-high solid opaque fence shall be installed along the northeast and west parking lot area as shown on the site plan submitted on May 6, 2016. The fence is optional to the south as this faces the owner's property. Landscape plan to be approved by the Newton County landscape architect.
Board members, do you have any questions or comments before we go into our public hearing?
I would like to just make a comment. I know over the years we've had a lot of complaints from citizens in the community, especially in my district, and I think probably Commissioner Sims' district as well, that there's not been a location for parking of tractor trailers, and so a lot of times they end up parking in Walmart or on the side of the road, and it's become a real problem, so this is an option. It's all that.
Any more questions or comments before?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, please.
one question. The school, Grace Christian Academy, have they voiced any opposition or any
Have we received anything?
I have spoke with the person who is over Grace Christian Academy. I sent him the proposed report that's been presented to you guys tonight, and he had no comments to come back one way or the other. He was aware of the dates of the meeting. He may be here this evening, but I have not heard anything pro or con in reference to it, but he is aware of what they're proposing to do on the property.
Okay, thank you.
And when we come back, this is going to require two motions if there's a...
Yes, sir, and so there's one for the future land use and one for the subject.
Okay, at this time, I'm going to open up a public hearing. The applicant and those in favor of the petition are allowed 10 minutes to address the board. In addition, 10 minutes are allotted to those in opposition to the petition. The 10-minute allotment does not include a response. Is the applicant here tonight? Okay, would someone like to speak in favor of the change, of the petition? Okay, I'll close out that portion. Would someone like to speak in opposition? I'll close that portion and I'll close the public hearing. This is in District 3. Commissioner, would you like to take the lead?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move for approval of future land use change 16-000046. Any further discussion? Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Don't you think it's sort of important for the petitioner to be here if they want us to do something?
I do not think there's a requirement for this resolution.
Well, I know it's not a requirement, but I'm thinking, you know, if they're asking us to do a rezoning, why do you think them or their representative would be here? Just thinking, I guess. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further discussion? All in favor? All opposed?
What is it?
One abstention, 401.
Read it.
You give a reason if you'd like.
I'm going to give reason for Commissioner. Well, exactly the same reason that Commissioner One jumped up stated. Somebody should be.
Since we've done the future land use change, Commissioner, now we need a rezoning.
I move for approval of rezoning 16-000047 with recommended conditions as worded by Mr. Kerr.
3 and 2. Further discussion? All in favor? All opposed?
What is it?
So I want to be sure I got this one right. So this is 411, 311. And so earlier, was it?
I was for it.
Okay.
I voted yes and
Okay. All right.
no.
So just making sure. 311 for the record on the rezoning on the future land use. It was 401.
If I could add, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I know vote simply because nobody showed up. It's not because I was opposed. I think somebody ought to be here.
Can I make a statement too?
Please.
Thing is, it's so often in meetings, we just rubber stamp something. And I think we should be a common courtesy. Because we here, you come and support your zone.
I'm going to say ironically, I believe recently a very similar expansion of a facility very much like this was denied by this board. So that's my comment on that. We're going to go straight into where we were a little earlier. I'm going to pick up on the chairman's report. I will let you know that, as you all know, Lisa took her vacation after I took my vacation. We don't have a slide series tonight, but I would say that if I did, these would be the things that I would have on. We have been focusing in District 3 on our paving. We're actually putting down about 800 tons of pavement per day in the Public Works Department. Folks, those are great numbers. We have folks that do this professionally, I should say. Their job is mainly paving outfits, and they don't do 800 tons a day. We're patching sometimes as many as 600 tons a day. It's outstanding work. They've resurfaced or they've completed Stone Lee, Duncan, and they're working on Mount Zion Road. 3 important corridors where a lot of citizens in District 3 travel each day. They've had excessive temperatures above 90 degrees, and if you've got pavement and you're working, we have to make sure they're healthy. We're getting an early start every day, making sure that they drink plenty of fluids, and it's pretty dry as well. So they're working in extreme circumstances, I have some photographs where the guys are working very hard for us. Right now, we're focusing on the only, I told you before, we're going to be bringing you SPLOST list bundles really soon, and we're working through some of the roads that you all have given us as suggestions. I did want to mention, on the 2005 SPLOST list, we have just a very small residual and an updated number actually for you. We're down to $50,000 that's left in the 2005, $17 million that was allotted toward roads and bridges. And that money is actually encumbered, so there will be no sunset. The good news is that the voters in 2005 wanted $17 million spent on the roads, and we have indeed done that. We have a couple of projects that have encumbered that money, and those projects are, as a matter of fact, one we'll be dealing with in this budget. Commissioner Sims, our road, Livingston Lane, Bill Road today, it is still gravel. But that $1.6 million 2011 SPLOST project is approximately 3/4 the way complete. By the end of this next month, we expect people to be riding on paved road. Those folks built their homes on roads that they expected to be paved years ago, and I know that you were instrumental in getting that project on the list. And many of them have brand new culverts, brand new mailboxes, and most of them, at least a portion of their driveway has been redone because the right-of-way acquisition is necessary. It's looking good out there, Commissioner. I'm sure that's exciting for you and your district. I rode Brown Bridge and the bypass today. Brown Bridge is being resurfaced from the city limits. It has been patched all the way out to, I guess, to 12, out there to the terminus of it. And we're working, our contractor is working on resurfacing that portion. The bypass has been patched as well, and they're working on that. While I was in Washington, D.C., I was able to meet with Viewpoint Health. We had two members, their executive director and her assistant. The three of us met with Senators Isaacson and Perdue separately, Congressman Heiss, Congressman Johnson, and Congressman Woodall, and let them know about the good work that that particular appropriation that works Newton County, Gwinnett, and Rockdale. I will tell you that the senators, probably a little bit because it's an election year, Senator Isaacson spent about a half hour with us, and to let them understand what's going on. And as we mentioned earlier, what the judge was bringing forth, they work with our, not only our kids, our adults, but they work with veterans as well. So they're doing a lot of good work. And they have pledged some legislation that's being introduced. They have pledged their support for it. So it is a bipartisan effort because you see there I included Congressman Johnson's name in that group. On Friday of last week, the senior citizens were smiling ear to ear. Commissioners, you appropriated $50,000 in this year's budget to buy a new transport van that's handicap accessible. They got it on Friday. I don't know if you saw it on our Facebook. They all took that first ride on it from the center around, and again, they're extremely appreciative to you, commissioners. We had one breakdown the other day. They had to sit in the heat until another van came and picked them up. It brings them back and forth to the senior centers 4 days a week. They exercise, they play checkers, chess, and eat a good, healthy lunch. And if you've never been over there, it's a joy to be around those folks. And then for the sporting portion of my report, the 9 and 10-year-olds advanced to the AAASA World Series, and they'll be playing in Gulfport, Mississippi. They were victorious. They swept the teams that they played. The last team that they played, they won 16-1. And June the 28th, which is next Tuesday, they will begin their trip to Gulfport, Mississippi. And they'll be playing, we hope, all the way through July the 3rd. That will mean they're in the championship games. And so some of you that enjoy sports, this is one to follow. 9 and 10-year-olds, I'm sure there's a lot of folks in here that are sports fans. This is probably the purest kind of sports league that we can look So that concludes my report. I'm sure that those people would appreciate any money that we might could give them toward meals. We took that money last year. I intend to send them a check, a private check, in order to help them with that, commissioners and others, if you'd like to do that. Is the rec director here tonight? I know Fleming's here somewhere, so if somebody would like to do that tonight, Fleming would be willing to take that check. Item number 6 is the monthly financial report and the approval of the checklist. Oh, I'm sorry, county manager. Come right on.
All right, thank you. What you have before you are the permit summaries as well as a summary of the activity within our Human Resources Department in terms of staffing. A couple of things I just would like to say about the permit summary. While we are running pretty close to what we did in terms of single-family homes last year, we are permitting larger homes, as is evidenced by the larger amount of fees that are charged. We assess the permit fees are based on the amount of square footage as well as some other base documents. So we are building some larger homes. Also, one other bright spot is the fact that at this point last year, we had only had one primary commercial application, and at this point we have 5. And so we're seeing some more commercial activity out there. I believe that's a positive thing. Under the, you'll see under the HR report, we had a number of positions that were filled, and these are positions that were not part of the freeze. These were positions that were currently being, where there was an incumbent in the position, and we have frozen all of those additional personnel positions. And you'll see the number of separations that we had. The total number of employees as of this month is 621. And you'll see on the last page there the positions. There are, a few positions that are open that we are actively recruiting for. I will tell you that we're in discussions right now with a candidate who was a solid waste manager, as well as with a civil engineer to work primarily with our development services department. The other positions, we have other positions there with the, there's a couple of positions with the sheriff's department, as well as a critical position that we have for mechanics in our fleet maintenance department. And I'll be glad to answer any questions that you might have.
Commissioner Douglas.
I didn't hear you. The last position of fleet maintenance was?
It's a mechanic 3 position. This is one of the more experienced level positions that we need for the heavy equipment, as well as to help maintain the fire apparatus.
Thank you, sir.
Any other discussion?
Thank you. That's it. Yes, Michelle Kelly, the finance director, will be doing it.
Okay. Welcome.
Stephen, you have your financials for May and the check register. An update as to where we are currently as of today. We've collected 94.7% of our projected revenue, and we're at 94.4% of our expenditures, and that's as of today. Do you have any questions about the May financials? And if any time you do, you know where to find me. You can call me, send me an email, and I'll be glad to answer questions. I may have to get some more detail if you have a question tonight.
Any questions and comments before I entertain a motion? Monthly financials, I need a motion is item number 6. Got a motion?
Second.
And a second on item 4. Discussion? All in favor? That was unanimous, 5-0. Now for the check register, any questions before we entertain a motion? Need a motion?
So moved. Second.
4 and 5. Discussion? All in favor? All opposed? It looks like 4-1. particular issue coincide with budget approval. That one would be dealing with holiday observations. So the motion may be to table the discussion on the resolution R062116 regarding FY 2017 holiday observation to coincide with the budget approval.
So moved.
3 to 5. Further discussion? All in favor? That was 5 to 0. Commissioners, earlier we amended the agenda. I did not tell you, but I added the budget extension as item 8A for your records if you'd like to place that on there. 8A, budget extension is R062116B. It allows us to continue our government on the FY16 budget. Anybody like to discuss that? Or have you seen it? How about a motion at this point?
Can you repeat the resolution?
R062116B. We have a copy in case someone does.
I move for approval.
3 and 5. Any discussion? All in favor? That was 5 to 0. Moving right along, ladies and gentlemen, it's great. Next two are for Public Works. I'm going to try to give you a good snapshot of these and ask for approval of both of these. One of the things that we're looking for, item number 9, is an opportunity to hire Gresham Smith and Partners, which is one of our 5 professional services engineers, which we'll discuss in item number 10, to bring us a task order on our LMIG bridge repairs that need to be completed. The Department of Transportation requested that every local government look at bridges in their area on their streets and roads to be sure that they met the specifications necessary. We recently had Gresham Smith Partners do an evaluation of all of our bridges, and I believe on pages 17 in your board book, you've got there a list of those bridges. Covington Bypass at Dry Indian Creek, the old Alcovey Road over the Alcovey River, Sewell Road over Shoal Creek, Gouts Club Road over Wrights Creek, Rocky Plains Road at Yellow River, Cook Road over Gum Creek, and Edwards Road over Gum Creek. Those have some deficiencies that need to be corrected. So this task order would be for Gresham Smith to come back to us with a full list of things that need to be done to make sure that we don't have load limits on those bridges, make sure that they're safe. If there's some small maintenance, including painting, those all would be included, and then we would send those out to bid, and we would hopefully come in with 3 prices at least that will provide us with a low bidder on the actual work. So this is a professional engineering company, Gresham Smith Partners, and what I'm asking for is approval to allow them to give us task orders on the LMIG 2016 bridge repairs that need to be made. Commissioner, any questions? Could I get a motion to approve? 1 and 4. Further discussion? All in favor? Thank you very much. We'll continue the explanation. Most local governments utilize professional services from those that have skills that generally are unmatched. We have had, since 2014, 5 engineering firms on our list. Gresham Smith Partners, which I mentioned a few minutes ago. Atkins. Generally, Atkins provides us with any inspections. When we do a large project, we generally hire out someone to be a third-party inspector. Atkins has done that for us multiple times. Moyle and Altobelli, I think you're all familiar with them. They've done a lot of small drawings for us. Generally, this company doesn't do large intersection projects. Moore Montebello generally is the least expensive of all. Michael Baker International provides us generally with the work of large interchange projects, anything having to do with signalized intersections. Generally, they do that work for us. AECOM, formerly known as URS, is also one of our engineering firms. Again, they do mainly inspections for us. They're going to do our comprehensive transportation update that's due to be completed by 2018. You've already chosen them to do that work, and they went through that whole sequence of events. So, Commissioners, this is the second renewal of an agreement we had with them for up to 5 renewals for each one of these 5. And anytime we do any of these projects, we bring that back to you and let you make that decision. So what I'm asking you is to continue to have these people under contract to potentially provide services for us. Are there any questions? Then I entertain a motion. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This question is for legal. During my election, a question was raised about that I accepted a contribution from an individual who, back in 2012, who worked as a consultant for one of these companies. Do I need to disclose that at this time?
I would recommend disclosure, and as I've shared with you before, my advice in any item like this is always to disclose, and if there's ever the appearance that might be an issue, put that forward, and then make the decision about whether or not you would vote on that item.
So I would just say that I accepted, I need to define the dollar amount, or just that I just accepted contribution.
I think contribution is the,
I accepted a contribution in 2012 from a consultant that worked for Alpha.
Any other comments? I'd like to entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
4 and 5. Further discussion? All in favor? Thank you very much, Commissioners. County Attorney's Office has a presentation to make. Commissioners, does anybody need a short break at this point? This would be a point. Can we, while you set up, would you give us, we'll do a 3-minute, Commissioners. few minutes ago, when your kids passed along something to me, there is a GoFund account that's been set up as a memorial fund in the amount of $25,000 for, probably not going to get this name right, Enrique Trejo, the employee that worked at El Charro, and I've seen him for the first time. If you've been in El Charro, you've seen this in the midst. And I'm saddened because he always provided great service. He was always there, smiling, whether he was delivering food or asking us how things were going, or welcoming us as we came in. Tragedy for him and his family on Father's Day as well. So thank you, Lenny, for passing this on. It looks like they've already raised $1,700, over in excess of $1,700, and I don't know when this was printed, but I see some people already here that have given recognizable names from here in Newton County that have given, and I'm so sad for his family and for the whole El Charro family over there. Fine restaurant. That's a tragedy for them. And I do appreciate the sheriff. My golly, he got it. All right, so where are we at? The county attorney is going to present us with some suggestions and help us on legal.
Thank you, Shannon, for the introduction. Just to give those of you out here, our citizens that are here this evening, I was asked to put together a presentation regarding legal fees, expenditures for since the engagement of our relationship, projections of legal fees for next year. Before I jump right into that, I thought, while I've spoken to many of you about our firm and what we do and who works with us, I did put forth a few slides so that those of you who are out there who ultimately pay the Jordan Davis bill will know a little bit more about us. This slide here tells you specifically about our agreement with Newton County. As you all know, we were first appointed to serve as the interim county attorney in December 2015. We're very thankful that Newton County chose to appoint us to serve as county attorney in February of 2016. Our rates are below market rate of $175 per hour for attorney time and $75 per hour for paralegal time. And we only bill for one-way travel as we come here for your meetings. I will tell you that I only bill my time home because the traffic's not there, so you don't get my longer drive. In addition, we do charge for out-of-pocket expenses associated with the provision of services. So if we have to get someone served through payment, if we have to do a FedEx, online legal researching, copying costs, those things, postage, those are itemized on the bills as well. One thing I'd like to point out, I have appreciated the board's recognizing the detailed monthly billing that we provide. We do break it down by departments, matters, and specific tasks to 1/10 of an hour. To give you an idea, I spent 6 hours on reviewing the Newton County bill for May and got that back to our firm controller today for revision and to get that out the door. Again, that is non-billable time, and it gives you an idea of the detail of the time we put forward to make sure that our billing practices are sound and we provide our clients detail and adequate services regarding that. You've heard me many times before say we do local government, and that's it. 99% of our practice is devoted to local governments throughout the state of Georgia. We have collectively represented more than 50 different cities, counties, school boards, administrative bodies, courts, authorities, and agencies across the state of Georgia. These are the representative practice areas that we have within our firm. You'll notice that they are all local government oriented. Anything from advising on proper agenda drafting, meeting procedures, compliance with the Open Meetings Act, the Open Records Act. We do a voluminous amount of training on those items. I'm proud to say that my partner, Ken Gerard, is known throughout the state as an expert on the Open Meetings Act and the Open Records Act and lectures on this frequently. These are our people. As you will see, we have 4 partners, Ken, Angie, Chris, and myself. There are 2 of counsel. I believe you all met Larry Ramsey on June 7th. That was here with you all. We also have Elizabeth Whitworth, who serves as of counsel. We have 9 associates. Mr. Paul Fricky, who does land use and zoning. I think he's been present for some of your planning commission meetings. Kim Robin, who is one of our senior litigators that is working on several of the litigation matters for the county. Aaron Meyer, who was here earlier tonight, he's one of our tax gurus, always there to answer the questions that the county may have regarding tax. Sarah Van Volkenberg, who I affectionately call the diva of the dirt team. She works with several other lawyers in the office to handle land acquisition, condemnation, and items related to dirt law. Jesse Van Zandt is another litigator in our practice that works with Newton County. Jeffrey Kostalnik, he has been coming to some of the planning commissions as well. In addition to doing land use cases, Jeff assists with our personnel and employment matters and workers' compensation. Sam Van Volkenberg does contract review and ordinance drafting. Jeff Strickland, who has been here with you all before, is a procurement expert that opines on procurement policies and advanced contract drafting. I put forward a list here of some of our representative clients. I'm certainly not going to read those all to you. If you'd like to see these in detail, those are listed on our website. But it goes without saying, we have been very fortunate to expand a practice over 15 years that started very small, and we now represent local governments throughout the state. As I indicated, we do have a core list of clients that were on that previous slide that you're all welcome to peruse. But we also represent entities on a case-by-case basis. It's not unusual at all that I may get a call from a county in South Georgia. Megan Martin, this is the county attorney down in whatever county. I have a sticky employment case, and I'm going to hand it off to you. So we do quite a bit of those one-on or case-by-case type of work for counties throughout. We also are on the panel for these insurance companies that I provided here. When I say panel, that means that we are an approved vendor for these insurance companies, so we get to assist local governments throughout the state through their insurance when insurance coverage is provided as well. So let's talk about Newton County. First of all, I'm going to clear up some inaccuracies to make sure that we get clear on what we have billed. The billing through April 30th for legal fees is $339,423. Now, that does not include the copying costs, the court filings, or other miscellaneous expenses. When I went back and tried to recreate the wheel of how our legal fees were detailed in a previous meeting when I was not here, it appears that David Sawyer's bill was included in our billing. I want to tell you all that I think Mr. Sawyer is an outstanding forensic accountant, but I had never met David until this board instructed Mr. Kerr and I to work together on a financial study. David is not affiliated with Girard & Davis. He does not work with Girard & Davis. In fact, he had performed an audit of another county that we worked with, and my partner Ken said he's tough, he's consistent, he's thorough. This is a good person based on what it is the board has instructed you to come back with. I have went ahead and put on here the total amount that I have billed for Mr. Sawyer for March and April. That's $31,410. We have been putting David's bill on our bill just as a pass-through with no additions or reductions from Girard & Davis, and that was done merely as a convenience for the county. Now I'm going to break down some of the cost centers. I've told you that we do our billing by departments or by matters. To give you a little bit more detail on that, if I task an associate to assist me with something for Newton County and it's going to take more than 4 hours, they are to open a file that's specific to either the litigation name or the matter and the department. At that point in time, that allows a trackable device to ensure that your departments are not exceeding their legal budgets. The highest percentage of legal fees spent today has been for Newton County Board of Commissioners general matters. That's very typical for any of our counties that we work with, that our Board of Commissioners files that we work on will be the majority of our billing. Billing through the end of April for those Board of Commissioners general matters is $44,400. That makes up 13.1% of your legal billing through April 30th. In reviewing the bills to put together this presentation, I went ahead and just pulled out samples of what I saw in the written descriptions of what went into that Board of Commissioners general file. You'll see there that we've done some policy and ordinance drafting, ethics ordinance drafting, rules of conduct drafting. We provided Open Records Act guidance numerous occasions, and it will be on different matters. Open Meetings Act guidance, we do that quite a bit as well. We review and counsel regarding annexation requests. Records retention guidance. I'm happy to say that we've been able to help the county get a records retention ordinance in place and name records retention officers so that we would be compliant with state law and meeting that requirement. Contract review guidance. sometimes a contract that the board will send over for us to review is a very quick review, so we don't open up a whole file that is devoted to the name of that file because it's less than 4 hours, so those would be lumped under this department line item as well. We also provide, I would say weekly, I get questions about SPLOST. And so you'll see much of my Board of Commissioners' general billing, especially if it's correspondence to from Commissioner so-and-so, Chairman Ellis, Finance Director Michelle Kelly, County Manager Lloyd Kerr. The SPLOST questions those tend to follow when we're going to be voting on SPLOST, when we're tying up the SPLOST. So I expect that we will see many of those percolating back up towards the top. We also provide budget guidance and answering questions regarding the budget items and how those are best to be provided for to ensure that we're using our funds appropriately. We provide land acquisition guidance as well. Moving on down to different line items that you'll see in our bills, the form of government changes, that was a cost of $11,078. That was 3.3% of your legal billing through April 30th. The Newton County Solid Waste Authority bill was at $6,545. That's 1.9% of the overall legal billing that we have provided through the end of April. That includes the reactivation that we have worked on for the Solid Waste Authority, and we have honored the same agreement. We only do the one-way billing when I come down to attend their meetings as well, same hourly rate. Going on, Newton County Development Services. This would be attendance at those planning commission meetings and also providing guidance on matters related to planning and zoning. Tell you a little bit, I'm going to zero in on this one, Open Records Act Request General. Again, this is going to be a file where we get questions on Open Records Act requests that we spend less than 4 hours on. We also, when we spend more than 4 hours, if it's a large request or if it's a complicated request regarding redaction, we open up a wholly separate file. So it may say Newton County BOC / Open Records Act request from Megan Martin. So you could identify how much time you spent on the request that originated from Megan Martin. Newton County Human Resources, that total amount that we have used for budget purposes through the end of April is $2,538. That is a 0.7% of your legal dollars spent today. Litigation, these are some of the litigation matters that have been leading the way in fees thus far since we came on board. The Hayden-Durden versus Newton County case, which is an Open Records Act case, that has resulted in $15,243 in legal fees since we came on board. That is a 4.5% of your legal cost through the end of April. The Durden v. Ellis claim, that claim was $5,775 with 1.7% of your overall legal budget. Durden v. Newton County, $1,348. That is a 0.4% part of your legal budget. It's important to know that these matters have been the source of long-term legal billing for the county, and we've had some successful outcomes that we're very proud of. We were able to get a dismissal of the breach of contract claim without prejudice. That has been filed. We successfully defended against a motion to set aside a summary judgment that was entered, and recently we did find out that the Court of Appeals has denied the discretionary appeal that was submitted regarding that motion to set aside the summary judgment. This case, East Georgia landfill, I'll tell you, as I sat here 2 months ago, I did not realize this file was active. I think many of our commissioners didn't realize that this one was going to be something that we were entertaining again. Our office received a request for status conference from Council for East Georgia Landfill. Fortunately, Judge Osborne has been so kind as to allow us to conduct that status conference over the telephone, so that will save some billing and travel to come to court for that. This is a 20-plus year case, so I won't share my age with you, but I'll tell you that when I first sat down with it, I thought, wow, I was in college when this thing started. So it has been quite the path for the county. There have been 3 Supreme Court appeals, all unsuccessful at this point in time. There's more than 8,000 pages of pleadings. I want to thank the clerk of court very much. She's been very patient with us coming down to pull those files, review them, get what we need, so that we can work to defend the county's interests. We did have an opportunity to meet with opposing counsel up in Athens, Georgia, and we are reviewing those 8,000 pages of pleadings, the multiple transcripts from court dates, depositions that have been conducted throughout the course of the litigation, And we will be coming before the board in July 2016 here in executive session regarding the litigation plan of action and recommendations in that case. The Fantastic Futures HUD complaint, that was a $12,985 fee that the county has received from Gerard Davis through April 30th. That was 3.8% of your legal cost through the end of the month of April. This was a multi-year federal agency complaint with legal fees in excess of $70,000. We were able to resolve that matter within 3 months. So the next area I want to go into after indicating to you what we've seen thus far is where are we going as far as legal fees. I know there was a question about how can it be that we're going to be paying $1 million in legal fees. Well, first of all, I want to tell you that when I spoke with Mr. Kerr about legal budget, I always aim high. I don't want to come back to you ever and say, I made it sound like it was real good, but I'm going to need a little bit more. I won't do that. So I estimated high on each of these matters that we're going to see, and there's a hope that we'll come in under those amounts. So the East Georgia landfill litigation, I just told you what we've spent on it. Here's what we're going to be doing as we move into fiscal year 2017. Again, this is a case with 20 years of litigation, and you've paid 7 figures in litigation expenses or legal expenses thus far. The county has employed multiple attorneys, vendors, consultants on this matter previously. The records relating to correspondence between parties and consultant reports are very, very limited. So we are patching together pieces of this matter to gain an overview. Again, more than 8,000 pages of pleadings, very limited file materials that we've been provided. And there's going to be a significant motion practice ahead of us as we move forward. There may be some discovery that we're able to re-engage in, and then litigation is likely to lead to trial. General landfill matters. It's no secret that the landfill is something we discuss every time we get together. And I discuss it when I go see the Solid Waste Authority a couple times a month as well. I don't expect that that's going to drop off anytime soon. We're going to likely get questions regarding that RMQPI. I'm already getting questions regarding that. Whose bid proposal project was that? Who can make the decisions regarding that? Those are questions I've just had in the last few days. Transition of the management of the solid waste stream to the Solid Waste Authority. I think one of the agenda items coming up here in just a few is going to be our IGA, where we discuss Newton County and the Solid Waste Authority's agreement for this purpose. Once that IGA is completed, that's not it. We don't say, here's the keys, good luck, figure out how to do it. There's going to be many questions once the corrective action plan is satisfied for the front line cells. And there will likely be a question that comes before this board. Will that be a time and place where those cells are going to be deeded over to the Solid Waste Authority, be that those plans have been completed? Well, if so, I believe there's loans that have been taken out regarding those cells. So we'll have to engage in agreement drafting at that point in time. Even at that point in time, if we're just representing the Board of Commissioners, we would work with the Solid Waste Authority's attorney to make sure that we identify any loans and how those will be satisfied. Contracts, issues, and disputes, that's certainly as we begin to transition from Solid Waste Authority vendors to county vendors. The IGA will discuss, puts the Solid Waste Authority in a position where they are going to monitor or administer current contracts until they expire, but the Solid Waste Authority will then at that point in time commence their own procurement and selection process. I would anticipate we'll have some questions from our vendors when that begins to happen. Let's talk about one of the leading costs that I want to put out for you all. As you all know, as of May 1, Gerard and Davis was asked to take over the Flat Shoal project that is quite voluminous. I think maybe people think we're fixing roads for safety purposes. Chairman Ellis and I discussed that, and then we think we're just slapping a red light up, putting some of those little bumpy things in when our car goes over, we'll know it. It's really not what's happening. So what I put forward here is so you can get an idea of what that project costs, period. And then I'll show you legal, so you'll have some type of way to understand where this fits in. You will note that there is an 80% reimbursable cost that the federal government is going to help us with this project. Let's take it on down. I won't belabor you with the different phases of the project. You can see them there for yourself. But you'll notice that the estimated cost to the county is over $500,000 for this project. That does not include your legal. We are going to be looking at a total, this project is a $2.3 million project. Fortunately, again, we're going to have some federal dollars coming back to us in the way of about $1.8 million. I know that Chairman Ellis's folks are working currently with the Baker folks to make sure that our plan gets revised. We're still in that design portion of the project. After that, we'll begin the right-of-way acquisitions. So let's talk about what legal does in a project of this size, this scope. We are working with you on this design phase. In fact, the GDOT reached out to my partner Chris and Sarah, the Dirt Diva, and asked that they come down and meet with us on this project so we could get a clear idea of what revisions were going to be needed to that project. Chairman Ellis and Mr. Clegg were able to be at that meeting as well. Those fees for that initial incidental cost updating, I'm saying that's going to take us about 5 to 15 throughout all 3 phases of the project. We don't design what's going to happen in those roads, but as far as questions, looking at contracts, I think that will take you through phases 1 through 3 as far as your legal fees. I do want to point out here, you'll notice that the negotiation, the closing of approximately 18 parcels, we're looking at a budget of between $9,450 and $18,900. And condemnations. This is a highly variable process. We will sometimes work on road projects and we'll find that we go in and neighbors will say, we'll donate it. Sure, go ahead. Other times we'll go into a neighborhood and we'll have 5 neighbors that have joined together in a collective effort and we have to go quite far in that condemnation process. I'm not sure if most of you know, but those can even go to a trial. Chairman Ellis and I did have an opportunity to meet today and discuss some ways we think that we can save money on the legal project. It appears that in the past you have used county attorney services and currently we're assisting with those on the right-of-way negotiation process. That's typically not how our firm has worked with other counties. We're happy to do that, but normally the county will either bid out that process to someone that is a professional negotiator, or they will ask that we retain a professional negotiator. You'll see that the hourly rate, we pulled these from what someone's allowed to bill on the GDOT. The GDOT has a list of negotiators you can use, $50 to $80. So if the county moves to using a professional negotiator on this project or any similar project, you can save yourself in the neighborhood of $30,000 to $40,000. I understand we'll have to do the closings. Statute, you have to have an attorney. You have to have an attorney to do the closings that come up, and that will require some attorney time. That's typically pretty minimal on closings. So again, expected area of significant expense. You're going to have your Black Shoals project, as I put forward here tonight for you, the East Georgia landfill litigation. Authority issues. As you all are seeing on the consent agenda, we have multiple reappointments that are coming up, so I have lots of questions coming from board members regarding, can you pull the local law and tell me what I need to be aware of in my appointment processes? I'm seeing those pretty frequently. Again, that's pretty common this time of year when a lot of those expire. Revision of local laws regarding salaries. Your local laws regarding salaries for your elected officials, pretty antiquated. We need to get a hold of those, get those updated and revised, get those to the local delegation so that we can ensure that that is the most modern version of our salary structure. Litigation management, as you all know, we have a hiring freeze. That impacted the risk manager position that had been discussed here before and that had been added to the county's classification plan. Because we don't have a risk manager, I anticipate that we will continue to get a lot of questions about risk management protocols, how to improve those, and we'll be working closely with the county on this. That may be as simple as we update SOPs or employment policies regarding safety practices, recommend safety training so that you can get reductions in your insurance premiums that you pay out. We also are going to begin providing our quarterly litigation update. We're fortunate that we have got all insurance companies identified and active claims, so we'll begin updating on those and any matters that have not been accepted by insurance. And as you all know from Commissioner Schultz speaking to this multiple times, we are moving to a more comprehensive and complete procurement policy and protocol system. It is our hope that the board will allow us to assist in moving you all to those ADA model procurement codes by the end of the year that are certainly far more detailed than what we have in place now, but would give a very quick guidance to any end user on how a particular procurement will be handled. Water supply reservoir issues. I anticipate that next year we're going to see lots of questions on this issue. We already have quite a few. There's questions about land usage and potential disposal. There's questions about timbering. We talked about timbering now a couple times recently. Infrastructure improvements for water system, contracts for services, and legal compliance. We've already had the opportunity to review a couple of these for Mr. Brown, and I anticipate we're going to see more of those in the year to come. Of course, the questions about Bear Creek still linger. What happens next? Revisions of ordinances and policies. Many of the county's ordinances are antiquated and not being codified. That means we're not updating and modernizing our ordinances so that they're easily accessible. We are going to need to modernize that process so we can ensure legal compliance with ensuring citizens can easily access those ordinances and know which ordinances are in place. We're also working currently with Lloyd's office to modernize the alcohol ordinance. And we understand we'll be doing some work on the employee handbook in this upcoming year. And it goes without saying, with a newly elected board, there's new projects, new ideas that will be explored. Anytime you have a majority of the board change, you can expect significant changes in ideas in what the projects will be that they put forward to Gerardo Davis. One item I want to point out, we have frequent special call meetings and work sessions that lead to preparation for several different meetings. So that's something that, unless that changes, I'm going to continue to prepare for multiple days of meetings instead of having those consolidated. So it takes time to prepare for these meetings. Again, we'll continue to represent the Solid Waste Authority at their pleasure until Newton County provides budget funds so they may retain an attorney of their choosing. I'm thankful for that opportunity to help you all out as long as I can. And then, of course, 2017 SPLICE, where we've got a lot of work to be undertaken on that in the next fiscal year. Commissioner Schultz specifically said, how can we do better? How can we reduce usage of legal? And I thought, okay, well, let me think about what I'm doing in any given week or month. And I came up with some ideas that I think may help in that regard. Discontinuing attorney presence at the planning commission meetings. Unless there's something controversial or troublesome, most of the times our attorneys just sit there. You can contact us and I can have an attorney that would be there for that meeting, but we currently don't go to your ZBA meetings. ZBA meetings are actually where litigation usually comes out of. So that's one area you could look at a reduction of fees. Finalizing the IGA with the Solid Waste Authority so that they may use budgeted funds for counsel of their choosing. That would be a reduction of fees. And following the Open Records Act policy, and only consult us when we have complex requests. We still get a lot of requests that are running through our office. I'm not sure if that's because we need to do additional training, or if that's because different department heads and others who've recently been named open records officers don't know what to do. I think this could be an area that you could save significantly each month, and I'm speaking of thousands each month there. We'll be happy to do retraining, happy to assist in any endeavor we can to help you make that more of a county function. Written contracts with all vendors. This is something that you will see us talk about up here at the Horseshoe almost every meeting. What do we do with this contract? What do we do with this renewal? There's many situations where I'm finding we don't have written contracts, so I have to then look at what I think was the spirit or the intended nature of the agreement. Fortunately, you have a wonderful contract administrator who recently used one of our first template contracts that we provided the county on the pest control bid that you guys handled. We are recommending that you all start the drafting process. We will give you templates, send it on to that vendor. The vendor is going to redline it up, then let us help you. If we start from scratch each time, it's going to be significant billing. Other opportunities, maybe less frequent so-called meetings and work sessions on non-regular meeting days. If those were combined on the same dates, we would have less preparation over a period of days and that one-way travel. something that Lloyd and I discussed, allowing Lloyd to be your conduit to the county attorney for anyone that reports to Lloyd. That way that he could limit some of the questions we get. Because understand, if I get a request from a department head from this county, I'm going to answer it. I feel an obligation to make sure that we provide that service as requested. Now, if you want to establish an internal policy and procedure regarding the use of legal counsel, I can point you towards some great ones that are out there. And most of those do have a gatekeeper, the bad guy that says, nope, go back to your desk, that's what you do. Let's get it a little bit further down the road before you take it to the attorney. And do not use legal counsel for review of procurement documents. If it's something particularly complicated and there's a question, that I think that's absolutely appropriate. But in review of entire bid policies, that's something that I think you have professional staff that they are capable of performing that for you. As I spoke to earlier, and I won't belabor the point, road projects and land acquisition, I would highly recommend that those design, appraisal, negotiation functions, that those be a process that you bid out. So, for example, in our Flat Shoals, we could save potentially $40,000 in legal there. Although I'm making lots of recommendations about what we can do to cut, I wanted to also point out what's been done in 6 months. We've been very, very busy, and I think that we've seen a lot of success here with all of the decisions that have been made around the horseshoe. Since my first meeting, when I came down to you all on January 9th until tonight, there has been a marked improvement on meeting management, ensuring that agendas are being posted properly, not as much crosstalk, proper motion making, excellent work that has been made there. Update and modernization of our procurement policies, that first stage is completed. Now we can work towards the bigger end game of having implementation of those model codes, but that is one area that we do have a more comprehensive policy in place now. There has been identification of financial risk areas within the county, and we have assisted with those. Just a sampling of ordinances that I could find that we've certainly drafted in this first 6 months: your ethics ordinance, your rules of procedure, your open records policy, your records retention ordinance. The solid waste authority of reactivation, that was a big undertaking. I'm seeing a great improvement in transparency, and your citizens tell me that they see improvements. You now have detailed legal billing. Newton County knows what it is paying for with Gerard and Davis, and I think that's why you asked me to come to prepare this for you tonight. You've seen your bills. You've also heard what I think your estimated expenses will be. And I promise you that this doesn't end. We're not just starting dating here. We're going to keep that up, and that's what we've done for our clients for years and years. Also, you're no longer providing an annual retainer or health care premium reimbursements to the county attorney. That is not a part of our engagement with Newton County. Gerard and Davis has partnered with Newton County when the problems are certainly stacked high. We have numerous issues that we're working very hard to get through, and I'll be candid with anyone that's here today. I can't wave a wand and fix these in 6 months, maybe not a year. I'm hoping at that 2-year point, we all sit here and we look at the success that we've had together, and that we have made remarkable progress. And that many of you say, I don't need to spend my Tuesday night at the Board of Commissioners meeting because I know that they're making good decisions, solid decisions, and they're documenting all that for us. Changes of process that takes time. I would describe Newton County's legal affairs as improving currently, or improving, not fixed. The county's had a practice of relying heavily on legal counsel for years and not place confidence in decision-making with professional staff. You have many smart people in your buildings. Rely on them. That will help you cut down some on those legal expenses. Unfortunately, there are vacancies, as you're all well aware of, that lead to calls to us, because when all else fails, call the lawyer. So that is a process that we are certainly willing to fill those voids and gaps until you find the right persons, but that's an area where we hope that you can also see some reduction in expenses. I'm sorry I'm continuing on so long. I'm trying to speak quickly, but just a few from your county attorney's seat regarding what we're doing with legal fees. I think that Commissioner Schultz has made a very good proposal about an a la carte offering. This is how much a closing costs. This is how much handling litigation is going to cost. We get Newton County staple on our legal matters, and we're no longer working towards improvement, we're there. I think that's an excellent idea, so that we could have that selection of offerings. At this point in time, I don't think it would be feasible for Gerard and Davis to do that because I simply don't know how much time it's going to take me when I pick up matters. The East Georgia landfill case, for example, anticipating that there would have been 8,000 pages of pleadings, I would not have known that. Current legal services are much more like triage or emergency in nature, not consistent going to the general practitioner. Issues that we have faced in the first 6 months: staff turnover, mismanaged litigation, unknown litigation, lack of cohesive plans. Where are we going? What is it that you want us to focus on, whether it be quarterly, whether it be annually, identifying those goals? The county's past practices and reliance on council have certainly led to some questionable record keeping, so it's made our job a little bit more difficult in finding some of these things, but we're working hard to get them together for you. I have seen significant improvement in the meetings organization and other practices of this board. We've been looking at improving our financial processes, whether it be SPOS, appropriations, impact fees. All of those items are being reviewed. But these items currently lead to daily phone calls, emails, meetings, and significant time solving problems. I think many of these are self-made. If we could come back and create some goals in these areas and then slowly work through them, there'd be less of an emergency response. Going forward, I think we need written agreements in place for all of our contracts, because now I'm facing many that I think may not have had legally sound underpinnings. So that's creating a lot of review and trying to get things right at this point in time. Board meetings where there's clearly some hostilities, where our citizens are not happy, that lead to long and unproductive meetings. That means we table items, we hear them again, they come back and back. I think that there's already been some significant improvement in that area, and I'm hoping that it continues. I would recommend moving away from knee-jerk problem solving. We're also often asked to opine on new emergency issues, and this means that I stop what I'm doing on another file because I have something that's, as I say, hair on fire. We got to figure this out now. So that means that we have to then move to that process. But that other file doesn't stop, y'all. I have to go pick it back up after I get this item to cool down and we go back to it. So maybe allowing Mr. Kerr to field some of those requests that come from employees that report to him, and having a policy in place regarding the use of council will help in that endeavor. Institutional knowledge is lacking of a lot of the things I pick up and I touch. Oftentimes I will have to call a commissioner and say, who do you know that knows something about this? Chairman Ellis has been particularly helpful when I called him and said, Chairman Ellis, what is this thing that is coming through my email? Who do I talk to? So this leads to a lot of, can you search the minutes? Can you search the agendas? Can you search the resolutions? Can you search the agreements? Again, that's more and more time. We need to improve upon how we're handling recordation of those past practices, and I'm hoping that that is getting better. I think the community is, for quite some time, had a strong mistrust of local government here in Newton County, and that has led to voluminous legal issues. I do not discourage any citizen from participating in your local government, but I'll say your Open Records Act requests are voluminous. They are certainly higher than what I'm used to seeing. I think that speaks to those distrust issues, and I think continuing to work on improving that transparency that you are providing about governance will lead those requests to go down. I think that's common sense, that if we get to that point, you won't have as many requests for documents. I think there's also, to turn the point on the other side, a lot of your officials and others have been heckled and really been given a hard time about decisions they make, and so do the employees of the county. So this has led to an unusually high fear of making a mistake. So you call the lawyer because you want to make sure you get it right. So I think there needs to be some grace on both sides of that coin so we can improve there. Vendor selection and contracts are reviewed repeatedly. I can look through certain contracts and see where the first day that Ken came down here, my partner Ken came down and met with y'all, where I looked at the same contract issue half a dozen times. So we need to get better about how we handle those and making sure that we categorize or keep a virtual filing cabinet of those legal opinions where someone like Lloyd, or if Lloyd had an assistant that could search those and pull those for you. Much like the open records request that I said are voluminous, I think the citizen comments that we've heard that reflect dissatisfaction, that leads to our challenges, to our decisions that are made at the Board of Commissioners level. The question of election practices, the question of board representation, the question of how we're using land. Again, all these matters are crossing our desk. If we can continue to do this hard work on transparency that this board is already committed to, I think you'll see that these also go down. There is certainly a lack of communication between the chairman, the board of commissioners, the constitutional officers, the department heads. This frequently leads to a call to the county attorney about, well, have you spoken to someone? I will tell you on our fee issue that we're looking at for the convenience center, solid waste fees. I did a lot of, how do you feel? How do you feel? Hi there, Tax Commissioner Dingler, how do you feel? There was a lot of trying to find out what everyone's thoughts were coalescing on that project, where if that was brought to the county attorney with, here's what we have, professional staff has provided these recommendations, we could have minimized to what Mr. Meyer provided on Sunday, that detailed analysis, and then coming here today. I think there needs to be a move to, instead of reacting, move to proactive approaches. I think that goes to comprehensive planning, determining what your goals are, and working on those quarterly. And that doesn't mean that we as a board that sit up here, the attorney and the board members, we can't do everything the first quarter. So while it may be really important to you that your convenience center is fixed, it's really important to others that this other item is worked on. So those items are going to have to be strategically planned on how we address them. Again, continue to work on transparency. Items that I've noticed that I think some spending, not in the legal arena, but just an improvement of your processes so that you could cut back in legal and also staff time, an improved website. I love y'all, I love this county. The website has got, it needs some work. I will tell you that poor Miss Jackie fields so many questions from me. Jackie, I can't find ordinance number 3-401. I did a control F, I can't find it. Trying to move to some type of searchable method where you don't have to do control F. There's companies that will do it for you. You can codify and update your ordinances, or you can appoint someone to handle that process. I think if you make those ordinances, those meeting minutes, those resolutions, those contracts, all available online for search, there's no need to call Jackie to get them. That process could really lead to a reduction of staff time and legal. Videos of meetings. I know there's a camera set up there today. There's not always a camera set up there. So if you could put meetings online, if you can't be here to find out what your board is doing, you could have that video to go and look yourself before you submit an Open Records Act request to find out what happened. Lloyd and I have had some discussions about improving IT infrastructure so that the Open Records Act request pertaining to email can easily be searched and retrieved without the need to repeat searched items multiple times. That's something that IT is doing a very good job with the system that they have available to them at this point in time. But there are more updated systems that will allow faster queries, more accurate queries. Consistency. This is one of the items that, to drive home, if we make rules here at this issue, you follow the rules, and you handle all your requests in consistent manner, you don't get complaints to the Attorney General, you don't get sued, your citizens don't back the lines out the door to tell you what they're not happy about. Those things minimize. It's less time we're here, it's less time you pay a lawyer to be here. So, gain the trust of your citizens. Continue your hard work you're doing, whether you do it with Gerard Davis, whoever you hire. You've made excellent headway here, and that's something that I think will continue to result in a reduction in your legal fees. Legal fee goals. Upon stabilization of your county legal matters, your fees are going to dip significantly. This is not an empty promise. This is something that I can tell you from doing this for a very long time. You stabilize, you have less need for Gerard Davis. We did meet with the county and say, we believe you should be a budget of $600,000. And that's a number I'm willing to put back on this slide so that you all who pay the bill see it. Do I think that you can get there immediately? No. I can assure you that you can't. Whether you say, Ms. Martin, it's been nice, we want someone else to do this, or you stay the course with us. That number is where you want to end. It's not where you are now. We're working really hard to get you there. Stay the course. We are committed to Newton County's success, and we want to help move the legal budget forward in a way that's consistent with county's budgeting abilities and requirements. And we thank you. We thank you for allowing us to be down here, and I can tell you that I really enjoy it. Enjoy all y'all, and I enjoy all of y'all. So, thank you.
And I concur with the applause. That's the second time I've seen the presentation, and it's still pretty overwhelming and very thorough. I'm afraid that some people are going to try to probably spin this. What we've got to do is utilize what you've given us and figure out a way to make this thing work for the public. And I hope that special interest in those in the audience and others that sometimes like to make points don't utilize this in the wrong way and try to spin it in their favor. There's a lot of long lessons there. I think one of the things that we've got is some procedures that are already in place that we still don't follow. For example, we added some things to the agenda last night that were clearly not really allowed to be done. I agree with you, our staff is underutilized. I like the cap of a certain amount for our fees. I talked about that with you earlier. I think that's the only way this board and the next board is going to manage that. I also think that either the county manager or the chairman, everything should go through those individuals. I think the common denominator in all these bills is the board of commissioners, and I include myself in that. Commissioners, you have been highly tenured, and I bet you've got some questions that you wanted to ask or some comments that you may need to make. Who would like to go first? Commissioner Sims.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Martin, for a very detailed presentation. I know we talked a couple of weeks ago about how we can save money moving forward, and a lot of it is utilizing our staff and or bringing on maybe at some point paralegal, someone that can review day-to-day stuff so we don't have to call Gerard and Davis for everything. I know you guys are being patient with us. This county for far too long has not used the staff properly and utilized whoever the county attorney is, and that's including you guys right now. And we got to start. And I think what Chairman Ellis said about having a gatekeeper being himself, the chairman, and the county manager is a good starting point. I would love to see staff use more, like I said, and or a paralegal or something, just to look at contracts, look at resolutions, day-to-day stuff that we should be handling here. Once again, I appreciate everything you guys have done. You have some successes that we've been battling for years. It's going to take a long time, and I'm here for the long haul. Thank you.
Commissioner.
My question, one or two questions. First question is what is the legal fee projection? We're not quite there, $600,000 a year. What is the projection? That's the projection.
I had spoken with Lloyd, and I think given where you are this year so far, with the two big projects that we know we have litigation-wise, you're headed towards $1 million a year. I'm not going to lie to you. I mean, that's what you're on track for.
and he works it right, and I think there was some that said that Apollo was end up costing, I think Lord said himself, when the question was asked, he said it was $1 million. And I understand the county, because we need an attorney, we need you in the services in the county. Secondly, if I were to call you, I have called you, do I get charged per call? Or how does it work?
Well, I think many of you are sitting around the horse, you'll notice that a lot of those calls don't get recorded. Our firm practice is to bill tenths of an hour. The associates at my firm will absolutely bill you a tenth of an hour. So that's the .1s, the .2s. Many of my conversations with you all, I don't bill because I'm going to end up handing it off to an associate to handle. We do not double bill attorney time. So for example, Mr. Meyer being here tonight, you will see, I write off my own time. It'll say no charge because I make sure Aaron gets the credit for it. Because we have hourly billing goals that we're supposed to meet at a law firm. That's how you keep everybody moving forward, the machine going. So .1 increments with 1.0 representing 60 minutes. So anyway, there's 6 to 60.
And I have, next to my last question. Who calls you out of the commission? Who calls you most? Or who's your judge on call? Who calls you? If this, I mean, it's a question I can ask and expect an answer.
It's variable. I can say the chairman and I probably talk most just because he runs the county day to day. After that, it depends on the month, what we're dealing with. I think we've attempted to try and pull down some records to try to answer. Lloyd, were you able to pull any of that down? We tried to answer this question by going through billing line by line and do a search for names.
The reason why I asked because that's what my constituents asked me the question. I didn't have an answer. And I had said that once I had the opportunity, that I was going to ask that question. I mean, I don't think it's unreasonable.
Oh, it's absolutely not unreasonable. And I can say definitively that you call me the least. So you can relay that to your constituents as well.
And one last thing about Mr. Sawyer. In the I think, I want to say brochure, booklet that he gave us, and I think it was about 31,000 miles spent on Nelson Heights. So, and they said it included recreation, landfill, and all that, etc. So, how much more money is anticipated that he will make from his forensic investigation?
Thank you for that question. That question was posed by Commissioner Schultz earlier this week, and I have indicated to Mr. Sawyer that this Board of Commissioners wants a budget by weeks and broken out by each phase.
Commissioner Schultz.
Ms. Martin, well, you gave exactly what I requested plus a lot more. So thank you for this detailed presentation. I think that we have a lot to digest, but I do appreciate the work that you put into it. It's very thorough. I think it helps all of us, the citizens and the Board of Commissioners, get some kind of idea about what we need to do for a roadmap forward. I guess my one question would be the negotiating firm that you is that something that would be that we need to proceed on? Is that how do we move forward with that? And who needs to make that determination?
With regards to Flat Shoals, we are requesting that the Georgia Department of Transportation give us some grace and move that date for that project when it's supposed to be finished. With the amount of acquisitions we have, it will take 12 to 15 months to do those. None of the appraisal work has been done on any of those. So when we got the file, there's much to be done. If GDOT will give us that extended time, this would be perfect for competitive procurement. If not, I'd recommend that the board allow my firm to immediately engage someone to get us on track so that we can make that December deadline. It's very, very important that we meet the deadlines that GDOT puts out for us because we can lose our federal monies if we don't meet those. Chairman Ellis, Mr. Clegg, they are both working very hard to get those plans updated and try to get that date.
Just in the way of comments, Commissioner, I believe when intention of this board to go forward with that, and I think it's a great plan. In other words, they'll come out and do most of the work, and then your firm will close that. Just a little bit of history, I'm sure everybody's aware of this, but just in case. The comprehensive transportation plan that was developed in 2008, way before I was in office, included the Flat Shovel Road project. It, like many others, have to be funded in some fashion. And that one in 2008 was determined that for it to be a federal, what is called a federal aid project. And federal aid projects take the longest. I mean, in some cases, it could be 6 years before that project is really done. Unfortunately, you have to do a lot of anthropology, all historical, you got to do a lot of things you don't necessarily have to do with our money. It's the easiest. We can get them done, we can pay for it, we can do it that month, that year. The Georgia Department of Transportation has been very generous to us. You know, we've done a lot of projects. They come out and they will help us, and it will be state money. You don't have to go through all the rigors that you do with federal aid projects. You can't fund all the projects that the county needs just with local money or with state money. So in 2008, this became a federal aid project, which means that we're locked in to the United States government, all the rigors that you have to go through with that, including it's going to cost us more for that intersection than any others. It only cost us $1.8 million to do that whole intersection down at Porterdale because we paid for it, we and Porterdale together. So when you begin a federal aid project, you realize that a lot of water is going under the bridge before you get that work done. That's why we stray away from them. However, the decision was made long ago that this would be a federal aid project. So just a little bit of lesson there. If we can do them as a federal project, we know that we're going to spend more money, we're going to spend more time, and a lot of in-depth stuff. I'm all for saving that. I won't start that project. There's a good chance the next chairman won't start that project because it does take that long to get those projects underway. Very important. There's been 2 fatalities since we've been in office, since I've been in office at that intersection. Four-way stops tend to have a lot of T-bones. We discussed a little earlier in the death of the person we mentioned, you can't put a price tag on our road safety. And those 2 lives are worth a whole lot more than $2.6 million. Let's save what we can and do it the way we need to. Who was next?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, let me say, Megan, that you know, every time we have a meeting, I'm more and more satisfied that we hired you already. You guys are just outstanding. I have 2 specific questions for litigation. From your notes on litigation on East Georgia landfill. One of them, you said 3 Supreme Court appeals were all unsuccessful. Does that mean that we won or lost those appeals?
We lost.
We lost those appeals. And that was the Georgia Supreme Court.
That's correct.
The other question I have is, 20 years of litigation, why has this thing been going on for 20 years? Do you have any idea?
Well, Commissioner Douglas, I would respectfully indicate that probably people around the horseshoe know that better than I do, based on what has occurred in your executive sessions with your previous counsel. I will tell you that it has been indicated to me that there was a want to fight hard against this entity coming in and setting up what may be perceived as a super or mega landfill. There was significant work done on this file because there were some ordinance issues, whether or not our zoning ordinance was valid. Then we moved on to whether or not our zoning maps were valid. Then we had a writ of mandamus that we have fought back because there's two different steps that we provide to East Georgia as far as getting to the EPD, the landfill permit. We eventually gave them the first letter. The second letter is still not issued, and that's something we're going to be litigating. So that's what I know of where you came from. If anyone else knows, I'd love to hear what you can share with me.
Well, you know, I'm not going to say it out loud, but the $1 million in legal fees may have something to do with why it's gone on for 20 years. Let me go back just a second to the Supreme Court cases. Since we've lost 3 appeals to the Supreme Court, does that mean that East Georgia still has a chance, still has an opportunity to guess what do they want to do, build a landfill next hours?
I think East Georgia would be posed to answer the question about their intentions better, but consider continuing with the writ of mandamus. So
Well, I guess
they
what I'm
will
saying,
appeal.
I guess what I'm saying is it's not been legally shut out.
No, they have not.
Oh, okay, thank you, Ms. Jones.
Any other questions or comments? Very comprehensive. Commissioners, if we can make this a true 3-minute, I need a little snack. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. item number 12 and 13. I see that Brad Stapp, Deputy Fire Chief, is with us tonight. And I'm sorry, come on. We appreciate you being here and representing the fire services and the protection of our homes and families that you do on a 24-hour basis. Brad, you've been around with the county for a long time. How many years you got with the county?
Almost 16.
16 years. Thank you for your service. As we mentioned earlier, we've got a lot of talented folks, and you're one of them. I appreciate what you do, especially during that time when we didn't have a fire chief, and I appreciate the fact you kind of took the reins over. So you're here tonight to get some approvals. Tell us what you got.
Yes, I think, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. First item I've got is an agreement between Lincoln County government and the State Commonwealth Office. As Chairman alluded to, for 16 years I've been with Lincoln County. We've always handled our own investigations on inspections. This agreement is in regards to that. What we're looking to do is have an agreement with the state that we handle our own inspections, our own investigations. This is something we've been doing for 16 years. This agreement is simply not sufficient.
Okay. Commissioners, let's get a motion on it, please.
Second.
It's going to be 1 and 3. Further discussion? All in favor? That's 5 though. Let's get the same on the next one. What you got?
The next item here is a update to our fire station ordinance. Our current ordinance that we've been operating under is, I think, last signed in 1999. So that's legal that we went to earlier. That's something we want to do is update our ordinance. Laws change, codes change. The way we operate, do business day to day, in regard to the ordinances, that changes. This new ordinance simply outlines and addresses those changes.
Commissioners, may I get a motion to approve?
So moved. Second.
5 and 1. Further discussion? All in favor? Thank you, Brad.
Thank you.
Item number 14, I believe I have heard there's going to be a motion to
Mr. Chairman, if you would, we'd like to table this indefinitely until Mr. Sawyer completes all of his research and all, and we'll make a report at that time.
table indefinitely.
Yes, sir.
So moved. Second.
5 and 1. Further discussion? All in favor? Indefinitely. Commissioner Schultz, we're now at number 15. I know we're going to try to take this up further tonight. I believe you all received, I got some 25 pages or so. I read it this afternoon after Mr. Jackie was nice enough to print it. I think it came along sometime last night. I know I've skimmed it. I don't know how we're going to handle this. Do we want to let you go through? I mean, you've already given a pretty good presentation. You seem capable. You want to do it that way? Do you want us to kind of field questions or give you questions and let you try to field them? Do you want to lead us through it? How you want to handle that, maybe?
I could generally provide a theme of the agreement and point out the highlights that I think certainly need some direction or discussion, and then obviously I'm familiar with the agreement, so I can answer any specific questions that the board may have, if that's the board's pleasure. May I do so?
Oh, please.
Okay.
Please.
Well, the overriding theme of the agreement, and that's certainly not a contractual term, but something that I use when on a legal pad, I'll write at the top, theme. What message is being driven home by this agreement is that the Solid Waste Authority is going to act as an operator-manager for the county's solid waste facilities and administer contracts and manage the solid waste stream. I think that's already been put forward in our reactivation, a subsequent motion by Commissioner Schultz. And the theme of this agreement is that they will do so and that they will receive some seed money to get started, which we are hoping results in Solid Waste Authority coming back to this board with a rigorous pro forma. Before I get to details of what that pro forma we hope will say, let's talk about some main terms of the contract. So how long is this contract going to last? As you all know from reading the email from my colleague Elizabeth Whitworth, we have the ability in these long-term IGAs to go up to 50 years. So we've made this a 50-year agreement, but we have kept termination for convenience language in this agreement. There would be a 180-day notice window that the county would provide to the Solid Waste Authority. I do want to point out one item here. I'd be remiss if I didn't. Please understand that once that authority begins incurring debt, we cannot deactivate or shut them down, so to speak. Their debts have to be satisfied before you can put them back in a non-active status. The contract calls for a transition period for the authority to work on getting that waste stream up and running and the management of it. We have had some difficulty, and I think this is something that everyone around the horseshoe, Mr. Kerr, can concur in, like with Mr. Haney. And we're not to the point where we know dollars-wise what it's going to take to operate this authority. So we have put in, we can't put dollars in yet, so instead we've indicated that the Solid Waste Authority is going to come up with an annual budget that they submit to the board for approval. That budget will be operating and other expenses. If that budget can't be agreed upon, we've put some transition period language. If we can't agree to a budget, then there will be 6 months to wind up. Again, I'm going to do the same cautionary language. If this should happen after the authority begins to incur debt, we cannot close down that authority's activities until we satisfy those debts. We have indicated in this agreement that the Solid Waste Authority currently can't exist solely on fees for services. We're certainly hoping that is something that they'll go to in the future. That's going to certainly require amendment of this IGA. So again, that's why we're having a budget, much like the department head will come here, where there'd be a budget that would be provided to the authority at this point in time. But there's language in there indicating that the move to fees is what we certainly hope to see. We have endeavored in the IGA to deal with the lack of info about that dollar amount by putting in the annual budget process. We anticipate that would probably be the first 12 to 18 months that you would operate under that model before the authority is up and running on fees, can start to incur debt on its own, whether that be bond or otherwise. It's important to note that the lands, the actual dirt that the county owns currently out there in the landfill, we have those lined cells and we have the unlined cells. And we discussed, as we have discussed many times before, we have EPD consent orders, or at least an EPD consent order with the front line portions of the landfill. And Lloyd, correct me if I get this incorrect. And then that consent order also has a corrective action plan as a part of it, and that's what we have Harvin and others working on out there currently. The unlined portions of the landfill, that is not a consent order, but a corrective action plan, and that is a longer project. Both of those, looking at the front and the back, we are going to have to satisfy our obligations to the state of Georgia before that land can be deeded over to the Solid Waste Authority. So I've tried to time or give you estimated times, that 12 to 18 month time period. We certainly think that we will have the front line cells ready to go. We'll have to do public hearings before we can transfer those permits over. If there's any debt, such as GFA loans and such, if we seek to transfer those to the authority once they are operating on fees and creating a revenue stream, we'll come back and amend the IGA at that time to address that they are assuming those debt obligations. Currently, there is no assumption of debt obligation because the Solid Waste Authority does not have the money to assume those debts at this time. Next terms that we want to look at, I want to emphasize that the Solid Waste Authority at this juncture is going to be acting on behalf of the county as an operator manager of the county's solid waste stream facilities and administer the county's contracts. This agreement does call out the authority's ability when those contracts begin to expire. So they're going to administer contracts, they expire in the county, that the authority would then be able to procure services through competitive bid processes. That will be at the Solid Waste Authority, what finance policies they put in place. As far as exhibits that were attached, those were the really long documents that were put as part of this. Exhibit A to the agreement is going to need to identify each and every county contract relating to the solid waste stream. We have one of those listed now. We're going to get all of them so we can make sure that all of those are part of this deal that we work on behalf of the county solid waste authority. Once we have that listing, we'll actually attach the actual agreements. So the solid waste authority knows what they're getting to work on and manage. As far as what comes next for this IGA process, I know that the board just said we're looking to approve this tonight. I want to caution that what I am seeking from the board as your attorney is your authority to go ahead and post notice that you're going to, in 30, no more, or no less than 30, no more than 45 days, come back and let the public have comment on this matter. If that is the consensus of this board tonight, that I'm not seeing any additional red lines. Ms. Martin, please go forward, work with our staff. We will put little notices, simple 8.5 by 11 little plastic pockets at each convenience center at Enfield. Come see us. This is when we're going to be having our public hearing on this very important issue. At that point in time, I expect the solid waste authority to engage in a process much like we have engaged tonight. They will likely propose revisions or red lines that they would like to see. You may have done the same, but we'll be ready that night to approve, assuming that is the board's desire, and then the solid waste authority would be in a position to approve as well. Can I answer any questions on the agreement specifically?
If I could just start by asking, is this, I'm thinking about the genesis of it. Was it like a boilerplate that you utilized? Okay. Made from scratch.
This one was made from scratch. We've never worked on an intergovernmental agreement where an authority has no funding from the beginning. So we created this budget idea of how the money would be accounted for to get them up and running. So we identified that budgeting process as a means to get them money. In addition, there is a provision for that seed money that would allow them to get a rigorous pro forma in place that where they could come to the board and say, this is what that budget request is based off of. This is what we expect as expenses. Here's how we're going to cut those expenses. And here are the revenue projections that our consultant expert says that we can anticipate in a period of time. So no, it's not boilerplate. It was unique to draft.
And so I guess that then the input would have been from some experts that you've been talking to as well as your colleagues. And I know that you've been present at some of the solid waste authorities, just like Commissioner Sims, Commissioner Schultz, and myself have been. And there's a great deal of confusion about the authority that the authority has currently, what it can and can't do. And as I read through, I got easily through all the definitions. Good. I don't think there'll be any revisions. I guess one of my major questions is now that we've started openly discussing East Georgia and the potential ramifications, and the fact that an RFQ, Commissioner Sims, will be open June the 23rd and will be looked at. I wonder, what are the potential problems that this agreement might have if we were to get somebody who comes along and provides us an answer to practically every question, or maybe every question that we've got in problem. Would having this in place prohibit the Board of Commissioners entering, for instance, into an agreement with a private company who had found a plan for everything and satisfied all our needs?
Okay, I'm going to tell you what I think you're asking me. You tell me if I got it right. Okay.
You read my mind, if you can do that.
Okay. So let's use a potential part of this RFQPI. You all open those requests for proposals. You all be in the county. The Solid Waste Authority is going to have members present there. But again, as I've stressed in those SWA meetings, that was a county request for proposal, bid, idea. If the county chooses to enter into this IGA and also chooses to enter into a contract with a vendor to operate your landfill, you're going to have materially breached this agreement with the Solid Waste Authority, or vice versa. When you say vendor, that sounds awesome, get started, we signed, we voted, boom, go ahead. And then you say, Solid Waste Authority, we'd like you to do the same. You're going to have a redundancy in services, and we'll be lucky if we don't get sued on both sides of that coin. Did I get where you're going with it? Yeah.
Absolutely.
So that's correct. Now, one solution that has been following and discussed quite a bit at the Solid Waste Authority is to have the Solid Waste Authority at the table for that RFQ-PI process so that they can incorporate what they find in those proposal packages, whether it be ideas. I know that there's been this waste to energy push, so we're going to try to figure out how we can do better at that out there or do it. If the board will allow that authority to utilize that information, so the board engaging that, if you fund and approve a budget, they're going to be able to do that. They can assume those contracts. Now, one thing I didn't cover in this agreement, but is in there, is the insurance provisions. The first year, the Board of Commissioners is going to make sure that the Solid Waste Authority has got insurance in place. Mr. Stafford asked me this question, and it is in there. So if the authority engages a vendor and ends up in a breach situation that may trigger some type of insurance coverage, we're going to make sure they have that. There's all types of things that can happen in the legal world that could trigger a claim. After that 12-month period, we're anticipating they could afford their insurance on their own, so they'll go out and get themselves some insurance so they can protect against liabilities they may incur, not only for breaches, workers' comp, employment claims. There's huge general liability claims. There's lots that can go on out there. Did I answer it? Did I do okay?
You did, and the only comment I would say is if there had been a magic bullet, we would have utilized it a long time ago. Solid Waste Authority is not necessarily going to be the answer to every problem we have. And I worry about unforeseen consequences going down the road because of some unknowns that we're using in our formula. And I'm going to tell you that in my interaction with employees at the landfill, you think the Solid Waste Authority and this board is confused about what power? Those employees, every time they read something in the paper or come to a meeting, they get nervous about their future. And so we've got, I don't know how many employees out there that have every right to be concerned about their future because it's been up and down so many times, and I feel for them. I don't know how to answer the questions when they pose them to me. But I see a driver, and he's at one of the convenience sites. I run into him in a restaurant, or heard him to a restaurant on the weekend, and they ask me these questions, and I don't know how to feel to give them any kind of answer to their questions. So this board, we've got to think about there's a lot of people involved in these decisions that are directly involved with decisions at this point. We had talked about a long haul, not a marathon. And I know that the baby steps that we're taking is not always satisfactory to everybody. But I hope this board takes caution because now East Georgia is the ultimate wild card in this whole thing. That's my comment. Anybody else? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Chairman Ellis. I have a couple of questions. On page 11 of 24 in the article, under Article 3, Annual Authority Budget, I'm assuming that if we were to direct the attorneys to move forward with this document and come back within 30 days to sign the document, is that correct? So I'm just trying to get my timeline right. In the interim, this IGA would be presented to the Solid Waste Authority, and then they would have that same time period, or would they sign it and before the 30 days?
I would recommend to both of you as clients at this point in time, and I will say again, we did secure a conflict waiver before we worked on behalf of the Solid Waste Authority and the county in this. I'd recommend that no one sign until we have the public hearing. I would anticipate that if the board approves scheduling that for July 19th, is that where we are? If we do 30 days, or are we further out? I can't remember.
Today's the 21st.
So it would have to be a special call meeting after that or a first August meeting. that I would have a chance to present this, much like I have done with y'all today, answer their questions, and that they're likely going to propose red lines just like you may. I think Mr. Haney is here, and he's already contacted me with some items that I think the Solid Waste Authority would like to see addressed.
So going back to page 11 of 24, assuming that we move forward with that recommendation, the annual authority budget says that the Newton County Solid Waste Management Authority will prepare and submit to Newton County an annual authority budget at least 90 days prior to the beginning of each waste service year. So what is determined as the waste service year, provided we sign this IGA in August?
We've tracked the county's fiscal year there, and we've made them coincide. So if we're going to sign this in August, I anticipate that your budget would be shaved by 1/12, because you would be 1 month into what we've designated as their year. And we can change that, Commissioner Schultz. I just thought for ease of trying to coordinate finance and budgeting, that it might be more simple that way.
So do we have, would we have to present this annual budget? I mean, this says 90 days prior to the beginning of each waste service year. We're already, what is the provision for the initial annual budget to be provided? Is there a timeline for that? We want to get the pro forma first.
I believe that in the startup fee area, that it would be my recommendation to this board that you do seed funding, and I believe we call it startup fees in the agreement. Seed funding is likely what we all see that as, to get the pro forma back. And that budget would, if it's August again, would be shaven off. As far as a 90-day approval period, at that point in time, assuming that they can get a budget that very quickly, we would be in a position to approve the first partial year budget, and then thereafter do every 90 days prior. I would anticipate next year at least it'll be a part of the budget process like right now. 12 to 18 months is what we saw as pretty consistent across the board when we reached out to our colleagues throughout the state that do this work consistently on getting landfills up and going through authority models. It takes 12 to 18 months before they have revenue that they're generating through their own model of business. Many of the attorneys I spoke with that had success in their counties and cities told me, make sure you tell your board and your authority to think of this as a business deal where it's an acquisition. And just like a big company doing an acquisition, you're not going to, for that first 12 to 18 months, it's going to have to be highly timeline sensitive of we, the Solid Waste Authority, will, during the first 90 days, get a consultant to do our pro forma. We, the Solid Waste Authority, will present the pro forma and budget recommendations by such and such date. I think those are all items that this board should require before we move forward with budgeting to know what we're going to provide. Because much like the questions that are asked about grant funding and other items, once we set that budget, I can assure you that the Solid Waste Authority will request it again next year and maybe some more. So we want to make sure that we have thorough answers on how that money is going to be used.
I will say that I read this document in total last night, and I was very impressed with the roadmap that you have provided for us. Yes, it's going to be a work in progress, and it won't be perfect initially, but it is a prescribed roadmap that I think will give us a positive direction. My hope is that we will move forward with at least giving you direction to bring this back before, or to have a public hearing within 30 days, because I am concerned that if we don't continue this process, that the momentum for the Solid Waste Authority will, that momentum that we've had will drag, will slow the process, and will be problematic.
For the comments. A follow-up question then is, if the board decides to go forward and have you begin to post, what if there are red lines? Does that prohibit us from changing? And do we have to further down the road after those red lines are made?
You're keeping me on my toes, but I think I got the answer.
Read my mind.
I pulled up OCGA 12824.2, and I think it addresses this question. The public hearing and the cause notice is going to be generally regarding this transition. During that period of time, we can redline. Although the statute doesn't specifically say when you've got to have an agreement that is circulatable and ready for review by your citizens, I think it would be a best practice that you give your citizens 2 weeks. So if we could get those red lines hammered out, that gives your citizens 2 weeks. It gives the Solid Waste Authority 2 weeks to know the details, to work on this and come forward with, again, if we don't do last minute, we'll have questions that are very educated questions after they've digested this agreement, and they're going to come to you each with questions that I think we'll be able to answer because we put that effort in.
Based on conversations tonight, may I make a suggestion that if you have red lines, commissioners, that you either send those, well, Lloyd, do you mind if I put you on the spot? But will you be the one to put those together so that they can see them at one time instead of each commissioner having to do that? Is that what we talked about trying to do? Okay. Yes, ma'am.
So, given the discussion, may I make a motion?
I'm ready.
Okay, so I would like to make a motion that we direct council to set up our public hearings and bring this back to us, and we will bring this back on the first board meeting in August. That's an effort to minimize these special call meetings to legal fees. So my motion is to move forward with council and bring this back within 30 days, for our first meeting in August.
It's 3 and 2. Further discussion? All in favor? Unanimous, 5-0. I presume that this is going to be changed. There may be some discussion. For the last few years, we have not had a meeting on July, the meeting surrounding the July the 4th holiday. I have seen where a couple of commissioners, maybe at least one, maybe two, would not be in town for that meeting time. Now, I believe Ms. Jackie had a difficult time narrowing this one down, and so it's on the agenda for us to discuss. Commissioners, realizing that we have had multiple months now where we've just had one. I believe you probably have already made your minds up, so I would like to entertain a motion as to, it says approval to cancel the July the 5th meeting, and I would also entertain if someone would like to make sure that that meeting occurs. What's the pleasure of the board? Commissioner.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we, because the lack of commissioners July 5th, I move that we cancel that meeting, regularly scheduled meeting on the third Tuesday of July, to go forward as planned.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
I just believe that we've had multiple meetings where we've had cancellations and we've had lots of work we have to do, so I will be voting against the motion.
All right, so the motion is to cancel the July the 5th, 2016 BOC meeting and, of course, have our normal July the 3rd meeting of the month. All in favor? All opposed? Passes 4. The next item is item number 17. It is a resolution R0621168, and this regards administrative services for the Nelson Heights Community Center. And I've been asked by Commissioner Henderson to allow his attorney to speak as well, so I'm going to allow that, and you go first, okay?
Commissioners, this is a resolution to, this was, an issue was brought to our attention during one of our previous budget meetings, and that was at the meeting where we had discussions with the appropriations. It was brought up Commissioner Henderson did point out that the original resolution creating Nelson Heights Community Center did require that the county provide accounting and financial services for Nelson Heights Community Center. And since that time, we have discontinued providing that service because it was determined that this was a service that had not been provided to other similarly situated appropriations or 501c3s. And so it was my decision to discontinue providing those services. And Commissioner Henderson did point out that this was part of the resolution, and so we needed to correct this. And so this resolution corrects that and does only provide for the services that would normally be provided any of our appropriations, and provides for it in the same manner. So this appropriation amends the earlier appropriation to do away with any of those financial services.
Okay. And you want to introduce?
Well, before Mr. Reed emphasizes, I just want to just point out one thing. Is the fact that the Nelson Heights resolution was based off Mansfield resolution. In other words, we took Mansfield resolution and remirrored it. It was the same identical. You come on up. It was the same identical, close to the identical same thing that Mansfield resolution has in place now. And so the county still providing services, such as cutting the grass, services such as cleaning the light bill, etc. I think and so that'll lead on to Mr. Reed.
I'm sorry, I failed to write your name down.
My name is Reed Edmondson. Thank you, Chairman and members of the board. As previously stated by Mr. Henderson, I think he's exactly right. The argument would be that in looking at the documents and looking at the resolution, the original resolution specifically states, or the minutes regarding the resolution state, that it would mirror the creation of the Mansfield Community Center. And that's essentially what we're looking at. I mean, we're talking about a situation where we're trying to have equity and fairness. Mansfield, based upon its resolution, was created in such a way that the county paid these expenses. And it specifically says that in the resolution. So the concern that we have is when this board created the Nelson Heights Community Services Incorporated, it did so mirroring Mansfield. And also specifically in that resolution, as was previously stated, it does specifically outline that these additional funds would be paid. So there's no question that that was the original intent. And it even references in the minutes of that meeting regarding the 501(c) that was still taken into account. So it was not something that was disregarded or was something that was an issue at that time. So I think the concern that I'm addressing to the board is that the original creation, it was not a problem at that time, and then subsequently for there to be basically a discontinuation of services. We're talking about a creation of that entity that started in April of 2013. Those services continued until April and May of 2016. So we're talking about 2016. So we're talking several years that it continued. To put them in a situation now to say we're cutting off funding, we're cutting off the accounting services that you have routinely done, and we believe that is inconsistent with what is done with other appropriated services like Mansfield. To be able to cut that off and say now you're on your own, and you've got function on your own, I think would be unfair because it's not consistent with what we believe this board has done previously. So we're asking that it continue that. If there is going to be a phasing out period of time, we're asking that it be a period of time. It's not going to be just an immediate, okay, from this point forward, we're not providing those services. We're asking that at least it take a period over a period of a year of phasing that out so that this particular Nelson Heights can be able to function independently. But if you're asking them to do that by just, all of a sudden cutting it off, which was done, and now it's trying to be done at least legally through a resolution, we still don't think it's appropriate.
Question?
I think, Mr. Chairman, my question is actually for our county manager. How much time and/or money do we spend, I guess, with services, accounting services for Mansfield?
We don't provide any services for Mansfield. To my knowledge, this was the only appropriation that we provided any kind of services for. Mansfield, as I understand it, operates completely independently. Outside of, I believe that we provide some maintenance on their building, just as we do with the Nelson Heights building, but we don't provide any accounting services for it. At one time, that may have happened, but not currently, not at least during my tenure.
I believe Commissioner Douglas is on the board at Mansfield.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. The county, I don't know if they still do, used to cut grass outside, but I think that was about it. I think the city may do that now. But Mansfield Community Center has its own board of directors, has their own bank account, has, for example, I guess it was a couple of years ago, they renovated the whole inside of that building, paid for it themselves. So it's about as close to being independent as you can be as a community center in Newton County.
I guess I have a question, at least for the board. I've got resolution 121812A. It's an intergovernmental agreement with Mansfield Community Center. In section 1, it says Newton County shall continue to be responsible for the overall maintenance of the Mansfield Community Center, including the securing and funding of the following: liability insurance, utility payments, maintenance of major electrical, plumbing or HVAC systems, maintenance of the roof and other structural components, compliance with governmental regulatory requirements and other requirements relating to its use as the voting facility and grounds maintenance. Newton County shall protect the use of the Mansfield Community Center as a meeting place for the people of the Mansfield community. So the question that I have is whether or not they're utilizing that service. Their resolution allows for it.
I'd like to try to figure that out. I don't have my thoughts together as well, but a very close friend of mine is also on the board, Judy Hayes. He and his family have a long tradition of really doing a lot of volunteerism in Mansfield. And back in 2000, and that resolution was probably adopted in 2013. It was probably written in 2012. And this board did adopt it. And I do know that they have maybe a 10-member board down there, made up of citizens, not just in the city limits, but really the whole community of Mansfield. And you are correct in your observations now. And for the benefit of Lloyd ain't been doing this long, and you probably hadn't seen some of these things. If there's not going through the whole document, but I can just tell you, if I can briefly, that Mansfield, the city of, handles any rentals of that building. I believe there's also at Nelson Heights, the shoe place. The city of Mansfield gets a $25 fee for, I guess, handing the key to somebody and allowing them to utilize that building for community events. And it is a voting precinct. The county's owned it for a long time. It always keeps up all the main parts of any of the maintenance. Recently, we had to replace the heating and cooling unit. The Board of Commissioners were made aware of that at some point. I remember there was some discussion through RFQ, and Jason Johnson would have been the one who handled all of RFQs. Now, if it needs repainting, then the Board of Mansfield would do the repainting out of the rent that's collected. The board collects the rent through the city of Mansfield. They take their $25 and the rest goes over to this group called this committee. If the carpet needs cleaning, they clean the carpet and they pay for it. If there are other janitorial supplies necessary, tissues, etc., I think they get those. If we went through some freezes I believe the county was responsible for the cleanup because it was a major, and then our insurance paid a portion of that. So I did not know about utility bills. That was a question mark, and I did not know that the county paid for those. But I think if there's a telephone there, the county probably pays for the telephone as well. So, and I'm not an authority on it, never been to one of their meetings, but I do know that that's basically how it works, and a lot of those people in that community love that place. It's sacred to them. It's their community house, and they utilize it practically every weekend. And the city of Mansfield used to use it for their meetings for free as well. So there are some. Those are the comments I have.
And the same as it is with Nelson Heights, the community loves that particular facility. In fact, we have to paint it ourselves and budget, and I think we're more transparent than these people, the rest of them, because whenever I had to hire somebody to paint the building, which I think is brought out as a document concerning my son, I had to get the board to sign off on it, keep the building painted for him to do the work at that particular building. And so, it just seemed just a little odd to me that when my son was the one that came here this evening, was in a coma. I'm up at Grady Hospital beside the bed. When I goes out to take a break, or somebody just comes in, they call him and say that the county lawyer said we no longer are responsible to do anything for Nelson Heights. And it just, I thought that the board, and I'm pretty sure, I know the board just didn't do this by itself. There was some of them encouraged him to do it. But I thought the board would have just a little bit more love than what I thought they had for me. But I mean, to have to address that particular issue, go out and then, this bill, and nobody knows sitting out loud. There was an email to Ms. Smith Jenkins. That when I came in, I said, what's going on? And she said, maybe this email, it was addressed to Jack Smith. We got no news at all. We just throw this down on us, and well, we just don't care what happened to y'all folks over there. And that's where I took it. And it shouldn't have been that. It should have been done like any other county building. I think somebody should have did their homework. Well, look at it, just like Mansfield. In fact, in the minute we mirrored it. We just had did Mansfield in like November of 2012, and we did another time in 2013. But it's wrong for, I believe, for us to turn back the hands of time. What I mean by turning back the hands of time is, and for even for people to go along with, it used to be read out there in the square that there was two faucets. One you couldn't drink out of. You had to go somewhere else with names on it and stuff. And so this is what we turning back to now. Is the fact that over in the colored community, black people community, we said we're gonna cut off no help. And we did the same revolution as we did for Mansfield, but yet all of a sudden we jumped out ours and then pay no attention to that. I think that's wrong. I think we should do better than what we're doing. I think that we pay our tax dollars the same as everyone else, and we should be able to run that facility. As long as that's doing they did wrong, illegal, as long as they doing legally, and everybody doing what's right, it should be continue running where it is.
Commissioner Sims.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I got two different questions, so I'll start with the first one, because I'm trying to gather exactly how everything takes place. So this question is either for Commissioner Henderson or Lloyd. Explain to me exactly, I know it says administrative services, and I've heard accounting. What all do we do? What's all encompassed inside of administrative services? Just so I can, because I've always heard accounting, I've never heard anything else.
In this particular instance, once the county approved the appropriation for Nelson Heights, then that $40,000 appropriation was held by the county. Any bills or anything that were generated by the operation of the Nelson Heights Center were submitted to the county for payment. The county kept a ledger, balanced the books, and issued the checks, and kept a record of all of those expenditures. Essentially, we provided the accounting and bookkeeping services for Nelson Heights. Beyond that, I don't know whether there were, I'm not sure how reports were handled or requests were handled for service, if there was some, so I'm assuming that probably Commissioner Henderson or one of the directors that worked over there would contact Jason Johnson, who's our facilities director, to do whatever needed to be done in terms of repairs. Things, I know that we did provide some other services which we would do on general other buildings, like pest control and things like that. But we also would send out past due notices if there was someone who had rented the building and either was behind on payments or did not pay, then we would also handle those past due notices to make sure that we got paid.
So it seems like it's just county, nothing, everything else came out of their allocation.
Yes, sir, it was all out of their allocation, but the county received no reimbursement for providing those services, and that's, as I understand it, the question was brought up whether or not that would have been considered a gratuity, and it was determined that it was a gratuity because it was something that we did not do for others, and so that's why it was discontinued now. We had met with Commissioner Henderson before we discontinued doing that. At that time, Chairman Ellis and I met with Commissioner Henderson, and I believe, I can't recall for sure whether or not Ms. Martin was in that meeting or not, but I don't recall specifically. But I do know that there was some discussion about the need to establish our own bank account, the need to establish their own bookkeeping and hire someone to do that or to handle it, the director or whoever to handle it. At that time, Commissioner Henderson appeared to be on board with that and agreeing with that. So I moved ahead with canceling that, with discontinuing to providing that service. So that was a chain of events as I recall.
So my second question, I'm sorry, I want to ask two questions.
Well, I was going to
Oh, go ahead.
the first question. What had happened was we had been a change of 3 income county managers. And I think, and I've said, here was kind of worse. In fact, he charged us, I think, $400 for maintenance fee. When we visited the board, he was saying that on the Bright to Start program that had been approved, he said it's going to cost the county $8 million in losing of federal funds. And so they canceled on that. And then the $8,000 that was supposed to have been over to 2014 budget, took $400 out of that for some kind of agency for the band that everybody talked about, and about the money. And what I can understand from our forensic auditor was, how can I get $58,000 and the county was had to write the checks out to me? It wasn't like I was coming in to ask for checks. They were writing something out to me, and then it will be questioned on every end for what every amount came out. And the county, what's her name? Michelle, I'm sorry, thank you. Michelle stated later, she said, well, all the money's accounted for. And yet, it said something like $40,000 we were budgeted, but $63,000 we were through. I can understand that. Where was that money going? The more I looked, the more I found out that the rental fee that everybody makes so much talking about, was getting turned back into the budget. And that's why we're asking Mr. Reed Edmondson to get a accountant or somebody to go through it and to find out where the money went to. I know it didn't go in my pocket. And maybe look at some other issues that came up. Those people came in, Mr. Sawyer came in, and he just ran over, he didn't go over to your office, just made up a whole lot of stuff and brought it back and sold it to these people. And then you want to even drop off a copy to the district attorney's office for somebody I know you've seen. And then this board, it's one thing to accuse somebody of something, it's one thing to go out and take something, but they never even once. So what's your opinion? They all yell and talk about what we're going on in district court, but nobody never asked the commissioner. They were quick to go out and hang me, kill me, throw me out to the woods, but nobody said, well, let's do what's right. Or do it better. Now, I'm quite sure that these people may dislike me a whole lot. Another said, well, just do what you want to do to me. Just get rid of it. But there should be some type of justice, fairness, I would expect it for my friend Mary. So, well, look here, so if we're going to go out and find all this stuff that's not real on J.C. Henderson, let's at least get him paper from an attorney to go out and bring back his side of it and what I was saying true. And, if you want Nelson Heights, don't go out and tell them all type of stuff and change the resolution. Just tell them, so we want it. We don't want you to have anything to do with it. Because every time we have a meeting, and it comes up, you hire somebody like Mr. Sawyer coming, and the last word is, we want the key. Or the other thing about the $4,500, we want the key. If you don't want me to run it for the citizens of Newton County, and they put me in the chair position, you know the reason why? Because they didn't want to deal with y'all. They said, we don't want to deal with them. So anybody, you've been dealing with for years, so long front of deal. Just do what's right.
Commissioner, you have the floor again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Earlier tonight, we were talking about IGAs and dealing with solid waste authority and, so help Lloyd and Megan, someone please help me understand how we're able to provide those services with just a resolution and not an agreement, just a look at these.
Quick question. How we provide the service both entities, not just Nelson Heights, but Mansfield too as well?
My question is very simple. How are we able to provide those services to Nelson Heights with just a resolution? It may be legal, I don't know. I'm just asking the question.
First of all, I want to question whether if someone has read the resolution around the horseshoe. The resolution specifically calls out that we can enter into a contract for services with Nelson Heights to provide this. We do have a contract, an IGA with the city of Mansfield. We can't do an IGA with Nelson Heights because Nelson Heights is not a government. The G in IGA stands for Intergovernmental Agreement. This resolution specifically says that we can enter into an agreement to do exactly what you're talking for. And this board could determine a de minimis amount of compensation for that service so that we could spread that upon the minutes and that there would be accountability and transparency on that issue. I want to, if I may, I want to clarify. I think there's been a mixing of Nelson Heights, the Community Service Board of Directors that was set up by that resolution, Nelson Heights Community Services, Inc., a 501c3, and Nelson Heights, the place we go to have it in trying to figure out how we could provide this service or why it would be provided to some or others. It appears that this board had really good intentions in setting up a board of directors and saying, we are going to provide these services for the Nelson Heights Community Center Board of Directors. I will tell you, it's my opinion that to do that in and of itself to a board of directors that is set up through this board, that's not a gratuity. To instead funnel those monies or give those monies or services to Nelson Heights Community Services, Inc. is a different issue. I don't think anything in this resolution touches the $40,000 appropriation that has been requested. It doesn't touch the lights. The lights stay on because that's a county-owned building. We're keeping the lights on. We're keeping on cutting the grass. This is purely, if you want the accounting services, we enter into a contract to do that, much like that IGA with the city of Mansfield.
My understanding is that even your resolution doesn't say that.
Would you look at the now therefore language? I wrote the resolution. I'll be happy to help you find it.
Yes.
Commissioner,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got a couple of questions directed to Mr. Edmondson.
Yes.
Certainly appreciate your time tonight and your
No
passion
problem.
to help the community center. You're an attorney?
Yes, sir.
Who are you working for?
I work for Reed Edmonds. Oh, you're talking about? Tonight.
You're
Nelson
president.
Heights. Who you?
Are you working pro bono?
At this point in time, I was retained for some services, but tonight I have not been retained. That is correct. It has not been.
So you're here pro bono?
Well, at this point in time, my services have not been retained. I was here 2 weeks ago, a week ago, I was retained for that.
So who
this-
paid that bill?
Nelson Heights, the check was through,
and I will point out that item number 14 that was tabled earlier was, I believe, qualified as needing his expertise to be here for Commissioner Henderson's benefit. And I believe the board had approved payment to an attorney for the first meeting with you, Mr. Evans.
that is correct.
This board or the board at Nelson Heights?
I believe this board was told in advance that Mr. Henderson would be provided at county expense legal representation.
Can someone hold a
That's
record of that?
inaccurate. I've had the telephone conversations and 2 email correspondence with Commissioner Henderson where I explained when an attorney could be paid for by the county. And the county must, if it's outside of certain enumerated situations, that the county may, at that point in time, pay for a service. That has not come before this board during any meeting that I've attended where there was a request to pay for Mr. Edmondson or anyone else.
That request has not come before this board at any meeting you've been in or any meeting you have not been in.
It was my understanding that there was an analogy between Ms. Kathy Morgan, former chairman Morgan, right? I'm asking.
I'm ready to answer it. I looked at it over it.
That same representation, that there had indeed been a precedent set for her. Now, I remember that conversation. Where it happened, I don't know, but that was there.
I think that was a
Clearly
discussion of the
precedent
grand
set.
jury. Ms. Morgan had a grand jury question, and the county provided Ms. Morgan representation before the grand jury. To my knowledge, this matter is not currently being handled by a grand jury. My opinion that I provided to the board and to Commissioner Henderson was that, yes, that had been provided to Ms. Morgan, and at the point in time that this ever got to that point, that you had previously provided it to someone else. That's not what you have here right now. This is a question about whether or not we're going to provide accounting services. That's all this resolution addresses.
Okay, my last question on that was, did I read an email? Is it written down?
Absolutely.
Okay, so,
We have that in 2 emails, and my billing will reflect a call to Commissioner Henderson on the issue.
And I have
What did we call it?
counsel.
Commissioner Henderson, I'll be happy to pull my bill and tell you when I called, but I was at my house. I called you at the behest of Miss Jackie Smith, and I confirmed it was nice speaking to you in my second email to you.
My question, I guess, is regarding the council's statement regarding there being contract services in the original resolution, which is still intact. Is there any language about contract services?
Would you read the name of the parties to that resolution, who it identifies? Does it identify Nelson Heights Community Services or Nelson Heights Community Center Board of Directors?
It says Nelson Heights Community Center Board of Directors.
That is a different entity than Nelson Heights Community Services, correct? Yes,
I'm
no?
assuming, I don't know,
Well,
because the
JC
reason I say that,
changed
I don't know,
that.
is because in the document specifically only deals with Nelson Heights Community Center. that's all I'm doing. Nelson Heights Community Center, that's what the document said. So when you're talking about changing language in the resolution, the document that the resolution that originally was in doesn't say anything about there having to be a contract.
Are you representing Nelson Heights, the Community Center Board of Directors? Or you represent the Board of Directors? Was this spread upon their minutes that they would retain it?
I don't know. When they come in and retain me, I'll ask them to look at the minutes. That's not something that I ask them.
I retain, and I tell you the reason why, because the lawyer that we have here on this board, you know, has always been biased for District 4. And what I mean by that is, Mr. Chairman,
Listen, J.C., I want you to be more careful. I want you to be more careful.
The truth is that, you know, I've been investigated on that I took $58,000. They went back and said that I was doing all kinds of stuff. And I'm actually, if I did something, well, I don't think I need to be up here. But I know it's true, I can't do it. Mr. Chairman.
Can I go back and ask my original question? Who, the check you just referred to, where did that check come from?
Nelson Heights Board of Commissioners. Board of Directors. And that's where it came. There was a notation on
I
it.
came from Nelson Heights. Let me put it somebody. I did, J.C. Nelson, 4th District County Commissioner, retained Mr. Evanson from Nelson Heights.
But I guess my original question still is that if Nelson Heights Board of Commissioners or Board of Directors, there's no language under the original resolution that says there has to be a contract. That's all I'm at. That was why I'm here. I'm here because there was a resolution passed that specifically said that accounting services would be taken care of by the Board of Commissioners. It didn't. By your own admission, it stopped. It stopped not legally through resolution. It stopped because somebody told Mr. Anderson, we're not doing it.
Mr. Edmondson, we appreciate the history, but Mr. Chairman, can we move on with a motion on the topic at hand?
We can certainly move on a motion on that.
Can I ask one more question? What is your hourly salary?
I bill an hourly rate of $300 per hour.
So you've been here for 4 hours, 5
And I
hours?
told you that I've been retained for today.
So it's pro bono?
Yes, I told you previously that I was retained for my previous representation, but I have not been retained for this.
Thank you, Mr. Evans.
Thank you.
Chair will entertain a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to approve resolution 0621168.
Item 2, any further discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Passes 4-1. Item number 18 was added last night to our agenda, as was item number 19. Item 18, I believe, originated from a discussion between the 1st District Commissioner and the 5th District Commissioner. Commissioner Douglas, would you like to begin this discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, since the 5th District Commissioner ran out on us, I'll be happy to do that. I've been contacted by some of the neighbors to the proposed location of the Ag Center with concerns that they have about locating it in that particular place. I know that we've had the Ag Center Committee and a number of other people that came and spoke to us a couple of meetings ago, I guess, about the Ag Center itself and very strong proponents. So in the interest of fairness, I think it's time that we hear from some people who may have different opinions. So I'm not sure who's going to speak. If you come on up and introduce yourself to us, please, and tell us what's on your mind.
Are we gonna have a time period, so I'll know? Are we just gonna allow them?
I'll only need 3 minutes.
Okay.
Before we ask this question. Well, I am here to,
Tell us who you are.
yeah, Robert Aiken, I'm Aiken, Robert Aiken. Like I said, I live on the White Aiken Farm, which is the only private property directly adjacent to the FFA Center. The camp in my family has existed in a congenial manner for some time. Despite this proximity, the camp and the people on the Ag Center Committee did not contact my family or any people surrounding it in regards to its location and building on the camp grounds. In an article that was put on the Newton Citizen, Mr. Mort Ewing states that I'm really pleased that state officials thought this concept was a good idea for Dixon County and for the FFA camp. Now, I don't know these state officials, and I don't know what analysis led them to this conclusion, but I do know that I live beside the camp and I don't agree with them. Thus far in the development of this plan, there's no evidence of outreach to the other citizens surrounding the FFA camp. People whose day-to-day lives will most certainly be affected by the change this development project will bring. It is unfortunate that the community surrounding the FFA camp has not been contacted by the Ag Center committee responsible for overseeing this project prior to them pushing it to the state legislators. Because after contacting several friends nearby the proposed camp location and finding no outright approval from many might, it is clear, had officials contacted actual members of the community, many might not be so ardent to pursue it being built there. This lack of contact with the community members eludes rational thinking, as anyone with a clear grasp of our community will understand that adverse changes to our small town way of life, we don't like them. Far from being beneficial, I see this project as nothing more than the harbinger of future and even greater development in a community that I believe prides itself on being so rural and averse to change. In addition, the irony that this is an ag center that will supplant local agricultural production or possibly raise pristine hardwood timber stands to the ground is not lost on me. In addition, the center will most certainly create negative externalities within the surrounding environment before, during, and after its completion. Light, noise, traffic congestion, runoff, to name just a few. Furthermore, the cost of maintaining and operating the center has agreed to be taken under by the FFA camp. I question where that burden might lie if revenue from the center does not exceed its associated costs, as those involved have stated that FFA and 4-H programs will enjoy this facility free of charges. Furthermore, and this is most important I believe, I question the necessity of such an ag center and the large monetary expenditure required to build it to a camp that has just recently broken ground on a $9 million dining hall and a $2 million activity center. I suggest it's possible that the $1.1 million lost and the $2.25 million in state funding could be much better allocated towards other pressing needs within the community and county as well. And I urge you, members and Board of Commissioners, to reconsider the approval at the FFA camp on behalf of those members such as myself in the surrounding area who will be most definitely affected by the adverse change that will bring in.
Absolutely, go ahead.
Robert.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for coming. Let me just ask you a couple of questions. Just to set the record straight, the location will be directly across the street from your house?
There hasn't been a specific location, but we can only assume based off land that it's going to either be across from my house. I know none of you know where that is in relation, but it's either going to be in a field or they're going to cut down a bunch of timber hardwoods.
Now you all, if you go down 36, you all are the house just...
The big white house in the middle of the red
that
door.
intersection going down the FFA.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Directly adjacent to the actual FFA camp, split by the FFA road.
Okay. Did anybody, I know that, the FFA folks have to drive right by your house every day. Did anybody from the FFA camp give you a heads up?
No,
They were
sir.
looking at this?
Not a single person.
So there was no, community meeting for the other neighbors?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
Is that it? Thank y'all. Yes, ma'am.
Someone else like to speak?
All right.
I think some good points have been raised during this project. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was my hoarse voice. I think, with the investments that are going on at the FFA camp. And with the impacts, positive and negative, from those investments, I think there's a perfect opportunity to have a town hall style public educational session so that families that have been on that piece of property for 180 years, 140, I apologize. I think everybody down there and everybody in the community needs to know where we're spending this taxpayer dollars, what we're getting, even if it's a conceptual, there's got to be some education here. There's got to be some public awareness. We may leave that meeting, and this family right here and the others that are looking at the petition, they may walk out and be absolutely in love with this project and with a strong belief that it may raise the property value. Right now, there's just tremendous unknowns in that particular community. So that's my suggestion. Thank you, young man, for the presentation.
Commissioner Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a member of the agricultural SWAC committee, I have concerns that in the spirit of the meeting that was held to determine that there had been a piece of land that was suitable, the question that arose was, what would the burden on the county be? And the comment was that there would be no M&O for this, for the building of the Ag Center. But I also agree with Commissioner Maddox, and we have no conceptual plan. We still have a lot, even the Ag Committee has no conceptual plan. We have we really have some concerns, some questions as well about the fact that this particular project would be paid for, would be the M&O for the project, even though it would come from the FFA camp, would come from fees. Well, what happens in the event that sufficient fees are not collected? So there's still a lot of questions that need to be answered, and I believe that before we move forward, there is a time frame that we have to make a decision on this, because there is state money involved, and from what I understand from Senator Jeffries, that decision really needs to be made by this board no later than the beginning of August. So we're going to have to make a decision by our next board meeting, which now will be the third week in July. And we have there's still a lot of questions out there that need to be answered. Now, that being said, it very well may be a great center that provides exactly what is envisioned, but we just need something tangible to know what that vision is.
If I could, if I just can address some of those concerns. Actually, we worked for 3 years with the Georgia General Assembly. I myself went to see the governor twice, and we spoke with him about this whole concept for 3 years. I didn't tell the Board of Commissioners because I didn't want to come back empty-handed. I did 2 years in a row. When the efforts of the committee that was looking at the location, Ms. Schultz mentioned a much larger committee. A subcommittee looked at, I guess, it seemed like over a dozen sites in order to find the best location. It was narrowed to 3. There were a lot of people willing to give 40 acres of land to that committee. Those sites were all looked at, and they were studied using things such as distance away from the center of the county, which is their concern, how it would be operated. Without going into a lot of the details that you already have heard, a concept drawing is being produced by the state of Georgia right now. I visited with Mr. Teasley yesterday. He's the camp director. We actually run over the site. The state has decided that they would enlist someone that they've utilized in the past, and they're doing it for free. So there's going to be concept drawing in the near future. As far as the determination of location without utilizing the state facility, state money could not be appropriated to Newton County. So we would not have it unless it's on that state facility. So I think the big determining factor was that. As far as the M&O, I think it's such a sweet deal for the county because we build facilities generally, and as you pointed out, Mr. Schultz, then we got to pay for them. Not only do we have to pay for them, we have to keep the lights on, as we talked about when Nelson not lights. We got to keep an alarm. We got to pay staff. The FFA camp through the state of Georgia and Ag Education is going to pay for the entire thing. There'll be an agreement in place as to whether or not it's rented at the estimated 38 times per year. 38 weekends out of 52 has been estimated by the state that it will be utilized for mainly equine events, equestrian horse show. It appears that the Conyers facility is much too expensive for normal horse show enthusiasts to rent. And this would be one that the price would be very appropriate for smaller groups. Yes, the FFA and 4-H kids get to utilize it free. And going back as to whether or not it's appropriate, this county has an agrarian history. If you pass the Alcova River, like many of us do going home, you'll find that that is still the case in Newton County. A lot of people derive their entire livelihood from the agricultural industry. It's still the largest. I mentioned earlier, the timber industry is the largest economic engine in the state other than transportation, and that's because of the airport land. So agriculture in itself is part of that. Mr. Teasley says that he has contacted all of the people after the announcement. I'll address that in a second. And he has also told several of the neighbors, I only see one group here, that he would enjoy the opportunity of meeting with them, and I think he has talked directly with several of those already. He stated that yesterday. In the newspaper it was reported, and he stated again yesterday, that they would be happy to look at other sites. In fact, he drove me to one of the sites, and you can't see it from the road. And you probably can't see it from Nathan's house. So, as everything, there's always a lot of information that might be somewhat left out. And one other point I was going to make, and I don't remember just what it was then. So, it's been said that this may be a little Perry. Now, all of you know where Perry and the state fairgrounds and all the ag center is down there, and it's rented all the time. And as a mini Perry, that would mean an economic impact to Newton County that would probably be in its own self a little economic boom without any cost to Newton County. The only input the citizens will have as far as money is the $1.1 million. And it's getting matched $2 to 1 by the state of Georgia. I can't imagine that we wouldn't finally approve it in some fashion, and I'm sure there's a lot of discussion that can go on. I think town hall is fine. There ought to be some discussion with those folks to allow for the appropriate buildings to be built, the appropriate arenas to be built, ones that will be successful. And I suspect they'll be up here eating our restaurants over the weekend when they're at their horse shows or whatever events. I suspect they'll buy fuel both coming and leaving Newton County, which is always good for those big trucks. Oh, the point. For 3 years, we hoped it would be in the general budget for the state of Georgia. And until the governor signed it that Tuesday, about 2 weeks after the session was dismissed, we still didn't know, because the governor has a line item veto ability. We weren't going to say anything to anybody. Any economic development project is never discussed until it's announced, ladies and gentlemen. And this is what this was. It was an economic development project. As soon as it was announced and the governor had signed and the ink was barely dry, we called a meeting 2 days later with the entire ag committee. And that was when they found out the location. You probably have other questions. Commissioners, you may have other questions. I'm not the best source of this information. I've heard it 3 times now. I've repeated to you almost everything verbatim that was said here in that work session. There will be a drawing, and I understand that rendering is being made now. The plans are not complete. They're engaging some people to make sure whatever is built is appropriate. Location, I hope will be that area. I hope we can accommodate the Aikens as well as everybody else and make them happy, and all of us sing Kumbaya sometime in August. Anything else from y'all?
This is about the income.
Please, go ahead.
But first of all, when I first heard about the agricultural center, you know, and I understand that you are going to try to do something good for a community.
We can't hear you.
I'm sorry, a lot of people, I understand when you say something good or want to do something in the community that's good for the community that, you know, sometimes everybody don't do it. In fact, I believe that this building right here, when they first initially moved it, got burned down from the square. Here, there were people saying, well, you know, I think it's probably a little bit too big or a little too high. And there were some people who probably didn't want to leave it. But it was a poor group of people who decided to say, well, we're going to build it here. And we're going to build it for future generations. And I think they did an excellent job. And then when I came on the scene along with other commissioners, we decided to renovate it. First part wasn't enough, and then we took another one and found this particular building was renovated, and it was turned to our commissioners, meeting rooms along with the horseshoe. But I said all that to say is, you know, I've always enjoyed going down to the FHA camp. And I enjoyed taking my family. I enjoyed as a young man going down and playing on the hills with our football team in Newton County. At that particular time, we didn't win too many games. So when we won one, it was very refreshing. And I played out the hard. But I know that, you know, some probably don't want it there. But I think that is the best place to be. I mean, it's a lot of state-owned property. Even the governor, you know, and he has supported and he's willing to stay right on it. And I think this is an ideal opportunity to do something, in my opinion, good for our county on the state property.
Item number 19 regards the Republican Party and the Board of Elections. I believe I'm going to allow Hugh Steele first. And then I'm going to bring y'all up. I don't know how we're going to do this. Mr. Steele, if you'll come on up, if you have some words you want to say. You'll have your turn, sir. Mr. Hugh, I'd like for you to tell us, long-time businessman in Newton County. I've known you for as long as I can remember. How many years have you been on the election board?
Since it started in July of 1998.
Pull that microphone just a little bit closer to you, Mr. Hugh.
Actually, Mr. Chairman, I've been on the Board of Elections since it started in July of 1998. But I'm not the only one. Jeanette Curry represents the Board of Elections, represents the Democratic Party, and she also has been on the Board of Elections since that same time.
And did you have anything that you wanted to say tonight?
Yes, sir. I thank you for giving me just a few minutes to speak. My purpose of being here tonight is to ask the board to consider leaving the Board of Elections intact as to its membership as it is now. The three of us on the board get along extremely well. At the same time, as all of us know, excuse my Lord, as all of us know, we're in the middle of a very busy election year, and the least disruptions that we have, the better off we'll all be. There are just a couple of items I'd like to, this will take just a few minutes if that would be okay. From what I understand from reading the local newspapers,
there are 2 points of concern with the group that wants to replace Mr. Perugino. One of them relates to a second made by Mr. Perugino on a motion made by Jeanette Curry, who is the Democrat representative on the Board of Elections. This goes back to our meeting in the month of April, where one of the items on our agenda was to decide whether or not one of the candidates on the Democrat ballot for chairman of the Board of Elections actually lived in Newton County, since we have been given some information that he had homestead exemption in another county. So Mrs. Perry made the motion that basically would recognize that he did live in Newton County, and that's the motion that Mr. Perry, seconded. I believe as it relates to homestead exemption that the group that wants to replace him is actually related to Georgia election code that is 21-2-217. In this code, there are 15 factors listed as to how we should determine a place of residence for a person. Number 14 on that list is the regards homestead exemption, where a person is filed for homestead exemption. There are of course, other reasons given as to what you can use in determining where a person lives, such as where he actually makes his residence, where he gets his mail, and so forth. When Mrs. Perry made this motion, she preceded that by telling us on the board that she was the next door neighbor to this candidate. And she gave us information that indicated to us that there was no doubt we actually did live there at that place. So that was the reason why we took the action that we took in that regard. I think, though, that the concern of the other group is that they felt that Mr. Perugino had acted inappropriately and not abiding by the Georgia law. We felt at the time that the information that we did, the motion we made, the decision we made was the appropriate one because the information given by Mrs. Perry, I would more than better proof that you can have as to where a person lives rather than the next door neighbor. The other point that the group has made concerns the fact that they don't know if he is a member in good standing of the Republican Party. I don't know about that either, but I can only say that the best way to determine whether or not he is a member in good standing is to check with the Georgia Republican Party on that issue. But that was the information I wanted to bring you all, and I hope that the information will help you all to make a decision that will allow Mr. Perugino to remain on the board. And I thank you all for listening.
Any questions? Commissioner?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to share with you that I'm familiar with this, Mr. Sappho, where Mr. Jerry lives. I'm familiar with the area because it is a District 4. And I do know that Mr. Sappho lives there because I've seen him there. I do know that there's no controversy about Ms. Jeanette Perry. I know where she lives because I've been there. And my purpose is that she was totally 100% correct when she said that he lived where he lives. Because I've been on the area several times. This is what I do in my spare time is I walk the district and I make sure I talk to the people and I make sure that I bring back their concern to the board.
Actually, that was information that she knew to give them.
It's a neighbor.
Anyone else? Thank you, Mr. Steele, for your service to the county. We appreciate you very much.
My name's Ray Cowell. I can't believe you just pulled that on us. I mean, this was our opportunity. Did you have them come up here to rebuttal what we're gonna say?
Sir, this is a board.
I know you can do what you want.
Sir. We want to make sure that the decisions that this board makes, we have all the information that's necessary for us to make it. There's always two sides to the story. So let's just go on and let you tell us what you believe you'd like for us to do as a board. Please go ahead.
When we brought this up, why didn't you listen to us first when you brought Mr. Steele?
Sir, can we move on to Mr. Shikely?
Yes, it's late.
Okay, Mr. Steele. Thanks, everybody. That's 15 minutes left.
Can I talk now?
I asked you to go ahead.
Oh, my God. Well, thank you for allowing me, the president, to request tonight, on Friday, 6/17, I instructed the secretary of our party to send you all documents regarding our request to remove the current Republican representative from the Newton County Board of Elections. The request is made based on non-feasance for the following. Mr. Perugino failed to support and recognize the state law regarding a candidate's residency for qualifying. The refusal to call for a proper hearing in the matter of a Democrat candidate for chairperson's residency was not done. Evidence was clear showing homeowners as if in Fulton County, Georgia, according to the state Secretary of State qualifying for holding state county elected offices in Georgia, effective 2013, page 180. According to the candidate, must have been a resident of the county in which seeking for the office for at least 12 months prior to the election. Mr. Perugino's decision to support Michael Southall, Newton County residency versus Fulton County. Perugino refused to move for a hearing on the residence challenge based on the Fulton County homeowners homestead exemption. The inaction resulted in cost to taxpayers for countywide election. Non-feasance, neglect, failure to follow the Secretary of State guidelines shown above results in a cost to the county of a runoff election. Therefore, the county sustained special damage resulting in unnecessary runoff. If Mr. Perugino had followed state guidelines, only District 5 polls would need runoff coverage versus the entire county. The fact that 22.5% of the voters that Southall got would have ensured that there would not have been a runoff and that only 12 precincts for District 5 instead of 24 countywide would have saved at least half of the taxpayers' money. Mr. Perugino is no longer a member in good standings of the Newton County. He said state's got nothing to do with it. It's Newton County Republican Party. The Board of Elections post he currently holds should be filled by the Newton County Republican Party Incorporated. Representatives, according to the code, the appropriate representatives of the Newton County Party qualifying are 2 members on the board shall be members of the political parties. He is not a member, plain and simple. These appointments should be a party member. Therefore, Mr. Perugino should no longer be qualified under this rule to continue serving. He appointed himself, never voted by the county committee on what we do in the Republican Party, by the way. We should have the right to appoint our own person, as should the Democrats. He and, well, I ain't gonna mention no name. Or the one that put him up there to start with, he has no business saying he's a Republican, Newton County Republican supporting the party.
Okay, my name's Scott. I'm the first vice chair of the party here in the county, and I just want to give a little overview, if I could, just so we all understand. Okay, I've heard us called the group. I've heard us called numerous things other than who we really are. We're the Newton County Republican Party. Okay, it was very contentious. I won't necessarily say takeover, but it was very contentious. I mean, The party has been whittled down in this county until they can meet in a phone booth. I witnessed personally, and so did several others, people that were actually refused, Perugino, Bowen, some of the other leaders on the executive committee with the previous administration here, refused to take checks for membership in the party. Look, I don't know what y'all think about the two-party system, but as far as I'm concerned, we're a two-party system. You got the left, you got the right. Bring Sarah Todd up here. She can tell you, she's going to try to go to the center, bring as many people to the left side as she can. What do you think the Republicans are going to do? We're going to go right to the center in the same pool. We're going to try to drag as many people over to the right as we can. If they're big L's, big libertarians, like the article that was just published about Mr. Pye resigning his position as a county precinct person, not an official with the party. Whether you've got to reach across and try to grab a big L or a little L, we're a two-party system. You get as many people in your party as you can. You build your party. You educate your party. And then you do the best you can to get those people within your party elected. Is that not what government's supposed to all be about? Okay? So we work really hard to get to where we're at. And if you'd like to know how well how successful we were, if you want, I can give a 3-page letter that John Padgett wrote. John Padgett is the head of the Republican Party in the state of Georgia. And after we had numerous back and forth, we got a 3-page letter from Mr. Padgett basically outlining 97% of everything that the existing executive committee was asking for the Newton County Republican Party. It was a slam dunk to say the old executive committee is gone, the new executive committee, yes, you have my blessing. Okay, so this group, so to speak, it's not a group. We're a bona fide Republican Party within this county. And there's some comments that have been made by some people, and one, I believe his name is Army Dog, won't complain about the libertarians taking it over here. That's not absolutely untrue. I don't know where this information is coming from, but it's absolutely untrue. So I'm going to go ahead with a few other things. This is not personal. This is strictly business. This is not a whole lot unlike what's going on here with the county attorney situation that this county fought for a long time. Megan went through and outlined a whole lot of things tonight, and it has to do with a mindset. It has to do with conditioning. It has to do with education. It has to do with everybody in this horseshoe right here getting better educated to handle ORRs. It has a lot of things to do with doing things better, more transparent, being above board, getting things done efficiently. What we're doing in the Republican Party here in the county is not unlike what y'all are facing here. Every group, every part of government has issues. You're trying to clean up your back rooms and your front rooms. Well, so is the Republican Party in the county. So it's absolutely not personal. But this Army Dog person obviously thinks it's personal because he keeps referring to the Jason Pye never has been a Republican. He's a lifelong libertarian who got into the GOP to help complete a takeover by the libertarians. That's a personal comment. What we're up here doing is trying to clean up business within the party. There are also some integrity issues. In your packet that I gave you, if you want to look, there was some heavy research done, published by a small, but nonetheless, a media outlet. And if you would like to look in there, there's some plagiarism accusations in there. I didn't make them. They were brought up by a media outlet. I don't think the election board needs to be represented by anybody that represents the Republican Party that has an integrity issue. This is not personal. This is business. Okay? There is a vast number of varied members within our party. Look, when we took over, we came to this courtroom right here and had a county convention a couple of years ago, and about 22 people sat here for the old executive representing the way the party was. And about 80 of us went over to the Hampton Inn and had a rump convention. And this grew out of that. Now our membership is up over, probably close to 80, is it not right? Close to 80 members now. They were meeting in a phone booth. So as far as I'm concerned, what we have done is right, is proper, and it's not personal, Mr. Douglas. Okay? We have a whole list of people. If you would like for us to provide you with a list of people that you can choose from to represent the Republican Party, we will be more than happy to do so because we do have a list. And last but not least, Mr. Hughes cited some code. Okay? 16 different ways to qualify a candidate. Okay? Maybe I don't know the entire code, and I'll admit it. But I'll guarantee you one thing. The man does not have his, Mr. Sifo does not have his homestead here in this county. And as far as I'm concerned, I believe anybody can say he's not a resident of this county. Just because someone says he stays there, which is what was quoted as being done at the election board, when this was questioned, he stays there. To me, that is absolutely not a way to validate someone's residency. And when you're not a member of the Republican Party in good standing, and the vast majority of the executive committee and the county committee, you're going to see 40-something names on a petition there. That's 2/3 of the county committee. If our party does not want that person on the election board, why are they there? Okay? This is the spirit. This is what she mentioned, the spirit of the law. That's absolutely where we're coming from. Okay? There's a violation in the letter of the law. There's a major violation in the spirit of the law. And we want done right what should be done. This is housekeeping, is what this is. I think the Democrats deserve probably someone new on their side as well, because I don't believe they're any more happy than we are with the situation. I certainly appreciate everybody's time here, hearing us and hearing. I would urge you to look through everything that we gave you tonight. You have anything else to add?
Yes. I think, Mr. Douglas, you might all just take your name off when y'all vote. I mean, if you, what you've been saying on, Facebook, you got burnt one time on that, and putting back stuff on that, and what you said in the newspaper, I think you maybe not vote since all you want to do is call us libertarians and try to hurt what we're trying to inculcate.
I've never been libertarian in my life, but as it is.
And I've been voting since 62.
You're not Jason Pye.
What?
You're not Jason Pye.
No, I'm not Jason Pye. But anyway, thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you. All right.
Oh, about that.
Okay. I'll call Megan.
We've been asked to give the process or the grounds for which the Board of Commissioners could remove a Board of Elections member and give you some guidance on that issue. I know that Mr. Ken Robin has worked on this quite a bit with you all previously. I want to first start by saying that the Board of Commissioners, unlike some of the other authorities or boards that we have within the county, when the board puts a member on the Board of Elections, that member can only be removed for cause. The notice of a right to hearing is provided as a part of a BOC action for such removal. To my knowledge, that has not occurred at this point in time. So any type of motion to remove a Board of Elections member tonight would likely be premature, given that we have not given notice to the individual we're speaking of. I do want to talk a minute about for cause. Newton's code does not identify how you define for cause. So I think you can tell already that the folks here tonight have done a good amount of research on both sides of this issue. So I'm not going to belabor it, but I will tell you that in Georgia law, for cause is defined, or has been defined in case law, as a failure to meet qualifications of office, malfeasance in office, and this is wrongful or improper conduct, nonfeasance in office. The nonfeasance is lack of action. As far as the statute on point that I would point you all to, OCGA 4521 provides guidance regarding disqualifications. The questions that have been brought up here tonight, Mr. Jay is correct that there's multiple points within how we determine someone's place where that they are a resident. Homestead is only one of those. I think Mr. Steele was correct that there's a multitude of ways that we can determine residence. A party of the board members seeking removal is not sufficient. This board is going to have to seek removal. That it cannot be done by the Republican Party. It can be a recommendation to this board that you undertake such action. There must be a reason in connection with the board members' qualifications, performance, or conduct before an action such as that is taken tonight. Any questions on that process or what needs to be articulated to the board?
Board members?
So my understanding is that before any action can be taken, there needs to be notice given to the individual so that that individual can state their case. Is that correct?
I think that's a fair way of saying it. The actual statute or a rule on point, I'm sorry I don't have where I'm pulling that from, but I have a lengthy email from the attorney that's assisted me with it, is that a notice of right to hearing to be provided as part of BOC action. So if this board intends to take that action, we provide notice to Mr. Perugino that was something that is being contemplated by this board. How you governed that actual action when it came before you, there's very little in the way of structure currently on how that would happen. I'd be happy to assist in coming up with some amendments for providing that if that's something the board desires.
What's the pleasure of this board?
Commissioner,
I'm sorry.
I'll go ahead and speak. The Republican Party, if that's their wishes, I don't have a problem with this moving forward.
Do you want to put that in the form of a motion or?
I thought you were trying to get.
I am.
know it's action.
No.
Just as discussion.
Commissioner, go ahead.
Real short and sweet. This is a pretty complicated matter in the middle of an election cycle with a runoff going on currently. I've never heard or seen the Georgia code that you just mentioned. So I think we've got a lot of material to process, review, understand, conversations to have. If there's an action taken, my proposal would be that happens after the runoff. Again, that's if. If I was able to charm and influence the board, it would be after the runoff happens, which is next month.
26th of July.
I do appreciate everyone's passion on this topic. Again, for me, it's a pretty complicated matter that affects people that have names on the ballot, as I mentioned previously. So I would hate to make a move midstream. Thank you.
Commissioner Schultz.
Well, having been on this board for 8 years, it's possible that this is my misunderstanding of the election board, but heretofore it had always been explained to me that it was the pleasure of that party to make a recommendation. Now, then it becomes our decision as to whether to accept that recommendation. But I would say that if that party is unhappy with their choice, it is important for us to consider it. But I would also like to echo what Commissioner Maddox says, and that I think that timing needs to wait until after the runoff, because individuals that would be impacted by this decision
still active.
And I just chiming back in, I agree with both commissioners. To the Republican Party, by no means I'm trying to make you guys stronger, but I do recognize, that is the party wishes. And I hope this board will have the same compassion if the other party wanted to do such things. It's not our choice. They're a representation of that party. Thank you.
And I am going to say that there was some discussions about the two-party system. It is the way we do business, and I think it's no doubt there are some third-party candidates that have been mentioned in the discussions. I think it's primarily the Republican and Democratic Party. When I was first asked about this by Mr. Day, one afternoon, one evening, we were about to have a meeting. I told him then, whoever the sanctioned party is from the state of Georgia, and I understand it's the current Republican Party, and it is a shame that there are factions. There's factions, I'm sure, in the Democratic Party as well. So it's a shame that we do have those factions, and we do want our people engaged in the political arena. We want people to run for office, but we also want people supporting them and helping them in their endeavor. So one of the things I did say, Scott, you remember that, was let's try to make sure that this gets done at a time that it won't disrupt. I also will mention that I saw the election supervisor today, and she is a long way with child. There's a chance she won't be here for that runoff election. Her due date has been moved up. She's done a marvelous job. She took over, and it's been flawless. No problems on any of these elections. So I would echo what the board has said too. I'm mindful that the Republican Party ought to be able to pick their person, and I think the appropriate time is after the runoff. And when we all have political persuasions that we seem to, and by no means am I trying to help the Democratic Party get stronger as well. But I think that as we go through these political processes and we begin to work together, that is the beauty of the whole thing, that we find common ground for the betterment of the citizens. And I think the disruption at this point would probably be tremendous. I'm aware of some of the duties at the Board of Elections, but still I have no idea what all y'all do. But I've seen you count the ballots, and I've seen you checking, and I know you made sure the money was there. Probably absentee ballots by 4 o'clock in the afternoon of election day. There's so many other activities that y'all do. And to break up a team at this point would be certainly detrimental, not just to the Republican Party, but to both parties in the whole process. I hope this gets addressed later on. And if it's the will of this board to make a change, just make sure that due process is followed to the letter of the law so that we don't have any repercussions. How about it? Anything else? Citizen comments, I suppose. If you'd like to make yours, please come on. State your name and address for the record, and then you have 3 minutes. Okay, you got it.
Scott Dillon. Okay, two very quick things. One, there is no faction. We are duly the Republican Party. And if you're not a member, then maybe you ought to come join the group. Second thing is, you talking about Angela Mantle?
Yes.
Okay. The machines will get out on time because they get their Penske trucks from us. Okay. So that will happen. There won't be any
Public Works drives them, delivers them, brings them back, hopefully.
And thank everyone for your time. Oh, after the primary is fine. Runoff.
I am Sarah Doty. I live at 135 Hunter Bridge Drive, and that is 5 miles south of where you were talking about placing this ag center. And I would not want it anywhere near the Alcovey River. We have already had a bad experience with pollution into the Yellow River because of a project that the county placed on the Yellow River. If you can get 40 acres somewhere else, I might think it was a good idea. Now, Houston County is my home county. I know about the Perry accident. It's right off Interstate 75. You can see the entire plant of I-75. It's huge, huge parking. I do not want to see that much of central Newton County paved. Now, I've often talked about why don't we get the Gaither Plantation developed? And I'm always told you are too far from an interstate. Well, knowing that I travel Georgia 36 up and down all the time, I can tell you that placing it near the FFA camp means it's going to be 25 miles from an interstate. That would be I-20. How are you going to get the people there? And if you do, what's going to happen to all of us who have to travel Georgia 36 with its famous roundabouts? So, also, the FFA camp is 25 miles from Conyers with the International Horse Park. If equestrian events are going to be your big thing, you've got competition right down the road that will not be appreciated. So it's too close for any kind of competition there. And that's why I'm against this ag center. I don't want Alcody put in jeopardy the way the Yellow River has been. Thank you.
Karen Brooks, 365 Kenton Road, Social Circle. Well, it's been a while since I addressed this board. As a member of the Republican Party, I would like to inform you about one so-called Republican on this board, my commissioner, that is supposed to represent my district, has proven time and again he cares more about his good friend and not the citizens he is supposed to represent. I began correspondence regarding Bill Perugino on all boards on November 18, 2015 with the district commissioner due to an article that was published in the Piedmont Chronicles, which related to Bill Perugino and his integrity. I asked at that time to have him removed from all boards. Part of the commissioner's response on November 23rd of 2015 was the county commission does not control who the party puts on the election board to represent them. As the library board, do you think we should slam someone into obscurity for something that happened 3 years ago and has not happened since? If I remove him, could you recommend someone to me who is without fault or said or done something they regret? In John 8:11, Jesus told the woman committing adultery to go and sin no more. Part of my response, as you know, Bill was the chairman of the Newton GOP and was part of the group that excluded 121 delegates. Don't you think that was wrong? The character of the individual obviously carried into that realm. Was that a sin? It was to me. So I would say he did not go and sin no more. Additionally, regarding his appointment of Perugino to the library board, after I sent him code regarding he was not in his district, he then ran it through Gerard and Davis, and Mr. Gerard stated, bottom line, you could advise the constituent that it appears the language does anticipate that each district commissioner shall nominate a library board member of his or her district, but final approval of any such member is vested in the discretion of the full board of commissioners. If you nominated the current library board and he does not reside in your district, then that nomination would be inconsistent with the policy. I would recommend that when the individual's term expires, you nominate a different individual that resides in your district. The commissioner chose to ignore those words, and according to the agenda summary, April 19, 2016, did again appoint him to the library board March 1, 2016. The Republican Party began their petition April 25, 2016. The Board of Elections Code clearly showed that if appointed to the library board and the position was accepted, a vacancy would be created created at the Board of Elections. Seems then this issue became imperative for the commissioner to pull the appointment and nominate a candidate in his district, which I recommended. In closing, I would like to ask you all, don't you think we, the citizens of Newton County, deserve integrity from our board and the people all they appoint? Thank you.
Would you like to make that part of the record? Next.
Constance Woods, 992 Lower River Road. Mr. Ellis, the last time I came, you pledged that something will be done in regards to the water runoff on Lower River Road. Since then, Mr. Clegg has brought me a proposition, whereas the county will be held harmless to what he has planned to do. And his plans are to not to correct anything on the county side, but to place a 30-inch culvert so that the water will run off on the opposite side of my house. So we can damage the outside too. We can do both sides. And then the culvert that will run off, that will take off a corner at the back of my lot. So I don't understand the solution. And I don't understand if Mr. Clegg understands what he's doing. I don't know why I should have to sacrifice any of my land because the trees were cut down on Lower River Road and the water is running off into my yard. And it's already damaged one side, and Mr. Clegg wants to pick out the other as a part of the roof.
Ms. Boyce, may I address that?
Please.
As you know, we had Mr. Clegg come and visit with you and bring you a proposal, which you originally agreed with. We also had a private engineer.
That was a verbal proposal.
Yes, ma'am, I believe he told you about the code. And I believe that you were satisfied with that as a solution at the time. You may have changed later. We actually had an engineering firm, it's not affiliated with the county, but it is one that we utilize quite often, to check our suggestion to see if it was a possible resolution to the problem. The engineer agreed with our engineering report. Both professional engineers with a stamp they admire very much and would not put those in jeopardy. I believe we ordered the pipe and had the work ready to be scheduled, and it is, as is our normal practice. We brought you a whole harmless letter that you would need to sign prior to us doing that work. And he explained that to you, because he reported to me on several occasions that he explained to you that we do not work on private property. We do not work this way. The only way we'll do it, one of your neighbors agreed to sign, and I believe his.
But it wasn't affecting my property.
Pardon me just a second. We went out of our way to provide you a resolution, the only one that we could possibly come up with. And when you decided not to sign that, we could not do the work. We utilized, luckily, we were able to utilize that culvert somewhere else in the county instead of having to try to get a refund. Sorry you don't feel like you've been treated well. I understand that. I believe the resolution probably would have worked. Ms. Boyce, I'm sorry you wouldn't sign that.
How can your resolution work when you cut the trees down and it's washed out part of my property to the left of my house looking from the road? And now you want to come and take out the right side of my property and part of the back.
I didn't really want to do this.
So it leaves me with a these?
I won't debate with you. We've tried every way possible.
I haven't tried every way, because if you tried every way, you would have had some kind of counseling before you cut all those trees down, and it affected our properties, okay? I should not have to surrender any of my property because of the problems that the county has caused. Nothing. I had no problems before you cut the trees. I shouldn't have any problems now. And I should not have to be held, the county should not be held harmless because they had harmed me and they had harmed my property.
You've got 30 seconds left. If you'd like to say anything else, you've got time.
I want to know if you're going to do something that does not affect my property.
And you agree to sign the whole harmless.
No, I did not.
Exactly.
It's here.
Yeah,
We had a verbal conversation, okay? And you're going to tell me you're going to be held harmless?
That is routinely signed by everybody who do work.
Sir, you could have put in a retention pond. You could have attempted to put in what they call a French drain. You could have done several other things other than pour that water onto my land. And it says that the water
Your
not
time
moving
is expired.
streets.
If you'd like to give that to the clerk, that'll be entered into the
Yes,
record.
please.
Sure. Next, please. You can bring it back at your convenience. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, please.
Elizabeth Allen, 7116 Honeysuckle Court, Covington. I'll just touch on what she just said. As a Republican, not a Libertarian, as a Republican, I stand for private property rights. And racial things were brought up earlier. I would say going to a predominantly historic and established neighborhood of predominantly of people of color, taking their resources, their trees, putting a landfill in their backyard, that's the biggest racial injustice that I've seen in my lifetime here in our county. Number one. Number two, as far as the elections board, I agree with the waiting till after the primary runoff. I would also say that had the board had a hearing for Mr. Saipo and ruled against, and as they did without a hearing, then there would have been due process and the ability to appeal that decision. However, there was no decision ever able to be appealed because it was never heard in official hearing. So I'll add that as well. And as far as taxes, I've heard a lot of talk about taxes tonight. As a Republican, I just want to say that taxes, whether it's federal tax dollars, state tax dollars, or county tax dollars, it's our dollars. Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Steve Bray, 10159 Lakeview Drive, Southwest. And I wanted to really limit my comments to the issue of the Board of Elections activity and the controversy that there is regarding the Republican affiliated member. My biggest concern is that I'm afraid that the way that it was handled is too often typical of how a lot of the business in the county is handled. A lot of he said, she said, I think we can get away with this. I think that'd be okay. Somebody said something, and I think I can believe what that person said when there are criteria to be evaluated to help to establish and remove any question from the legitimacy of the electoral process. And that is what we're dealing with here, is the electoral process that each one of you all use to be put in the place where you are. And it's the way that our representative republic works, in that we have the opportunity to gather and join and form a group and make sure that group has integrity, and then to make sure that we put forth people of integrity. And I've been down this road a lot farther than that little intramural that was done in the Board of Elections, in seeing that a former 6-term state senator was removed from the election that covered Newton County. And it took hundreds of hours of time and observation and research to determine that this person was in fact not an eligible candidate based on residency. So just want to throw out there that the opinion of a neighbor who says they saw or they know is not one of the criteria based on the OCGA that says this is how we determine whether someone is in fact qualified to try to be an elected official. And the way that I phrased it back then, and I still believe it, is if you want to be my lawmaker please don't try to accomplish that by being a lawbreaker. So I would love to see the fact that there would be a hearing scheduled. The timing, I believe, is critical, that we let the runoff be handled, but that the party that this person is supposed to be affiliated with has a right to bring that action. And I appreciate the comments that were made here tonight, because I want to see our county move forward and leave clear, positive footprints that lead toward progress and toward resolving a lot of the issues that we've been fighting now for years. And I thank each one of you for your part in that battle.
Hi, Sandy Spears, 5168 Darren Street. First of all, I want to thank Megan for a wonderful presentation. Many in this room in the county feel that for years that the Newton County's been sort of run by like a county attorney form of government. I really believe that you coming here and your firm, getting us on the right track, getting the right documents in order. It's evident tonight that we're missing still a lot of documents and contracts to make this county run smoothly. And part of, y'all have heard me talk about misuse of resources since I've been around, but thought about something, I sort of put my corporate geek head back on and thought about, okay, if this were my corporation, this was my organization, what would I be looking at? Megan touched on something that was trust. Part of trust is we want to get the truth. We want to hear the truth from everybody. We need to have respect for each other. We need to utilize our resources. We need to stop having secrets, and we need to have transparency. I would ask Mr. Steele to look at his Board of Elections since he's the chair. We all appreciate the fact that it's a very busy year, but please operate within the law. Operate within the guidelines that you've had in place, I think, since 1998 when you came on board. I also want to know where this Perugino is. This meeting was sort of about him, part of it, but yet he's got people here to defend him, but why isn't he here? He could have sent a written statement, he could have come, he could have addressed this. As far as the accident is concerned, this falls under the secrecy. Mr. Ellis alluded to the fact that members met, nobody let it out, economic development. Most importantly, the people in that area that live there got ambushed. This is more traffic. Yeah, it might be an economic boom to the county, but again, it looks like a port project. So please, before we build this, make sure that we look at everything. Do not leave anything unturned. I have concerns about Nelson Heights, and please, Mr. Henderson, this is absolutely no reflection on you and what you do. I think you're feeding the children, and what you're doing is very admirable. However, I have some concerns about why a board member is also CEO of an organization that receives money from the county. So you might want to, as far as when you start reorganizing your community center, that's something as a citizen I'd like for you to look at.
Good evening. I'm John A. Sutherland. I live at 50 Fincher Road, right across from the FFA camp. I'd like to thank the board for taking the opportunity to put the brakes on this a little bit, because some of us, I don't know the law about economic plans or growth for the county, but I sure would like to know something about it. And so I'm glad to hear that we're going to actually do some public hearings, because it would be right out my window, and I've had dealings with agricultural things like that before. Our neighbor used to have horse shows, but thank God he did that only once a year. Did you hear that at 4 in the morning until literally about 11 or 12 o'clock at night? So I'd like to thank the board for taking the opportunity to look into this, and I'll look forward to speaking with you all at those town halls. This is my first time doing this. I'm a little bit nervous, but thank you. And I hope y'all will consider the money and the time and the effort that is put into keeping that area looking nice, and that the traffic is already pretty bad. And look at the events they do FFA camp as it is. I hope all that's been taken into true consideration. Thank you all. Y'all have a good night.
Commissioner comments, where we would like to start tonight. Anybody?
I have one
Announcement, and then I'll let you carry the executive session.
I just want to make an announcement that on Saturday, June the 25th, on 1 to 3 at the Enclave, we have a food distribution. Board of Commissioners has a grant in conjunction with Action Ministries. We have 500 food boxes. There's a handout on the table. If you pass the word, we had a food distribution at Live Oak Elementary School last Thursday. We had lots of volunteers, and we gave out, well, let me just say this. We didn't have 500 boxes distributed, so we don't want to leave on Saturday the 25th with boxes still in the truck. So please pass the word.
But first of all, just I used to enjoy coming to the county meeting, and and I'm the type of person. For those who know me, I don't mind saying what you have to say about. But when you start adding stuff on, it's not true. And I know that most of us, or maybe a few of us, maybe a lot of us, are Christians, and I just wonder how sometimes we can go to bed and sleep at night, especially when we get somebody else wrong for the wrong reason. But what I do know, and I said this, and I've said to the end of my time, be careful what you do and say to others. It just might be before we leave it and come back home. Thank you, Sean.
Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate Commissioner Schultz bringing that up. We also distributed meals. We distributed about 450 between our church and Cousin Mill United Methodist Church. Been distributing them over at the Extended Stay Motel. You'd be amazed at how many children are living in that Extended Stay Motel, and we school out, find it hard to get a breakfast or a lunch, frankly. So we are in the process of getting ours out as well. And the reason I was late tonight is because I was visiting with my 48-hour-old twin grandsons. This is the first time in my life I've been in 3 hospitals in one day. I actually have 5 family members in the hospital tonight. My brother, my wife, my daughter, and my 2 grandsons who are in ICU because they were born 5 weeks early. So please pray for them.
We need an executive session for
Litigation.
and I need a motion.
Second.
We got so moved, I hope that's going to be fine. I do not anticipate